Good evening and Happy New Year, and welcome to the Euclid City Council meeting on this January 6th, 2020. If able, please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Cavanis.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Epps.
Here.
Jaros.
Here.
McIntosh.
Here.
Watilla.
Here.
Yukich.
Here.
Gorshi.
Here.
Mancuso.
Here. The first item of business is communications, and I will turn to Director Sweeney.
Madam Chair, do you want the council clerk to read the
Please.
item first?
Sorry.
That's all right. Dolgan Midwest LLC, DBA, Dollar General Store, 19945 20215 Euclid Avenue, Euclid, Ohio, 44119.
Director Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for a new Dollar General that is coming to 20215 Euclid Avenue. It's currently being built. This is a request for liquor permit, but this is a dry precinct, so they will have to take the proper steps to put it on the ballot for the residents to vote on that item. So I would recommend requesting a hearing, and I will send a letter along with the paperwork the council clerk has advising them about the dry precinct.
Okay, thank you. And since this is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Cavanis, comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This area, to my colleagues especially, this area was dried up by a concerned committee of residents in that ward, starting on East 193rd, north of Euclid Avenue, quite a number of years ago. The reason why they organized was because they were having issues with crime relating to the gas station there. There was a drive-through grocery store next to it, and they had some other issues with people selling alcohol carry-out. So they decided that in order to eliminate the crime, they would dry up the area, and that's what they did. So now the area is dry, and if you recall, some of you, Eel Sport is in that area. They had to be placed on the ballot even for dine-in. There are two regulations, dine-in and carry-out. They had to be placed on the ballot for dine-in. Walgreens went on the ballot for carry-out, but that was defeated. So I mentioned to Dollar General when we were discussing them coming to that area. Zarimba Realty was purchasing the parcel. Dollar General is leasing that area. And I mentioned on several occasions that that area is dry and that they would have to place it on the ballot if they desired to serve or sell alcohol. They agreed to that. So I'm a little bit disturbed that it came to us like this. But I would recommend that we agree to a hearing as well as what Director Sweeney is suggesting too. And we go from there.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam
So
Chair.
I will take that as a motion to object to this license and have a hearing. Do I have a second? So moved by Councilman Moore. And please call the roll on a motion to object to the license.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Abstain.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanis.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. Any council minutes?
No, not at this time.
All right. We will then go to administrative reports and communications. Mayor Gale.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council, and those joining us. Happy New Year to everybody. I would like to take just a minute to, as we start a new term, thank the residents of Euclid for their support and electing me for a second term. I would like to thank everybody who attended the oath of office ceremony, and thank particularly Supreme Court Justice Melody Stewart, who did the oaths of office, and Senator Kenny Yuko, who was the MC for the event. It really was a wonderful event, and I want to congratulate the newly elected council members, Councilman Epps, Councilwoman Yukik, and congratulate the returning members, Councilwoman Cavaness, sorry, I was combining Stefana and Cavaness and Councilwoman McIntosh. Really look forward to working with all of council and the residents as we move into the next year. So thank you to everyone for their support and your partnership as we enter the next term. An exciting night tonight. We have promotions and annual awards in the police department. Before I do that, we do have two very quick awards I would like to also call up. We had a holiday lighting contest this year. It was the second year, and this was started last year by one of our residents, Brian Scheider. I don't know if Brian's here, but I want to thank him for helping to organize this and Keep Euclid Beautiful for their support of it. We had 14 contest participants. They were nominated by residents or themselves. There was an online voting process, and we would like to announce and recognize the winners tonight. So if I could ask Charlene Joyce and Ted Makowicki and his family to come forward, we would like to recognize them tonight. So I hope everyone had the chance to take a look and enjoy the wonderful holiday decorations. We work very hard to improve the community and instill hope that residents have a sense of pride in their community. And I think decorating for the holidays is really one way that people show their pride in the community. And so I want to thank everyone who takes the time to take care of their home and especially during the holidays, decorate their home for everyone to enjoy. So we had two categories this year. One was the traditional, and Charlene Joyce of 920 East 220th Street was the winner of the traditional lighting category. So Charlene, congratulations. We also have, I don't know if everyone saw, we had holiday ornaments this year with the new mural that's being painted downtown on it. So I have one of those for you as well. You want to say anything about your decorations?
I think it's important to decorate. I do it for the neighborhood. They love it. I get a lot of response to it. It's different every year. I decorate every season. I welcome everybody to come by. I'm off of Miller Avenue and East 220th. Every season, it's different. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. The second category is the Clark Griswold Award, and for those who are familiar with the Christmas Vacation movie, you know what the Clark Griswold Award, and that is over the top. And so Ted Makowicki and his family, Tracy, Tyler, and Tristan, thank you and congratulations to you. You are the winner of the Clark Griswold lighting category. They live at 256 Buckner. And so congratulations. Thank you for all your work to improve your home and to decorate for the holidays. Congratulations.
I would just like to thank the city of Euclid for allowing us to decorate our houses like that. And to take a project on like this, Clark Griswold, you know, it takes a lot of work. And I like to thank all of my neighbors that were going to help me, but they basically just watched. But Tyler and Tristan, they were going to give their dad a good hand, and they got on the bus and went to school every day. But Tracy really did help. She held the ladder. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here tonight. Chief Meyer, if you could join me, please. With the new year, we have a little bit of reorganization in the police department, and it enabled us to, with the jail coming back and that understanding that that will take some additional administrative duties, and also to really elevate the important projects that are happening from the community policing, crime analytics, community relations standpoint. We are creating a new community services division, which is allowing us to fill in what was unfilled captain's position. So we have 3 promotions tonight. Chief, do you want to say anything before we do the promotions in terms of the reorganization?
No, I just want, I'm Scott Meyer, Chief of Police, the Euclid Police Department. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for coming out and showing your support. We truly do have the best police department, I think, in the world. We truly have the most dedicated, focused, hardworking, caring, professional individuals, and I am very proud of the job, the difficult job that they do every day. So thank you everyone. And yes, along with what the mayor said, for the bringing back the captain position, it's going to help too with some of the challenges that we have with our jail and with hiring and recruiting and just some of the other challenges that we have. So this gives us more administrative help and hopefully too more support for the men and women who are out there doing the job, answering the calls or investigating any one of our criminal events. So thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Officer William Brooks and his family come forward, please.
Takes a village.
It's great to have a family to support.
Yeah.
There is a ramp. Do you want to come up or do you? Yeah. Excellent. Thank you all for being here. If you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, William Brooks,
I, William Brooks,
do solemnly swear
that
that I will protect and defend
the
Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the State of Ohio,
of the State of Ohio,
the ordinances and charter
the ordinances and charter
of the City of Euclid,
of the City of Euclid,
and the regulations and provisions
and the regulations and provisions
of the Euclid Police Department,
of the Euclid Police Department,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of sergeant
the duties of sergeant
for the City of Euclid,
for the City of Euclid.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Sergeant Brooks.
Just a couple of quick words while he's being pinned here. William Bill Brooks came to us from he was with Kelly's Island Police Department for a period of time and the Cleveland Public School System Police Department for a period of time too before he came to the Euclid Police Department. He's been with us for 9 years in the patrol division. He's one of our members of our Edge Tactical Team, our SWAT team. And he's also one of our instructors, our defensive tactics instructors. So he brings a lot, and he's going to be going to, I believe, Lieutenant Holden shift as a sergeant, and it's always exciting making that transition from the rank and file to the beginning stages of leadership. So very impressed and very excited. So good luck.
So my family here, I've got my wife Marky, my mom Kathy, and then I've got my brother and sister-in-law kids. I got Chris, Aubrey, and Tyler, Nikki, my brother's wife, my brother Brian, my little sister Christine, my grandma Charlotte, my dad Bill.
Congratulations. And now if I could have Sergeant Tom Ariza and his family come forward, please. Sergeant Ariza will be promoted to lieutenant. you would raise your right hand, you need to and repeat after me. I, Thomas Ariza,
I, Thomas Ariza,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will protect and defend
that I will protect and defend
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the State of Ohio,
of the State of Ohio,
the ordinances and charter
the ordinances and charter
of the City of Euclid,
of the City of Euclid,
and the regulations and provisions
and the regulations and provisions
of the Euclid Police Department,
of the Euclid Police Department,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of lieutenant
the duties of lieutenant
for the City of Euclid,
for the City of Euclid,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Lieutenant Ariza.
Lieutenant Ariza already has his badge on a lanyard. It's Detective Lieutenant Tom Ariza. Tom and I got hired around the same time, so Tom's approaching 25 years with the Euclid Police Department. And members of council, if you're wondering who this Sergeant Ariza is, who runs the narcotics unit, this is the individual who does so. We're going to continue. Tom's going to continue in that capacity, running our narcotics and vice unit. Does an amazing job, and there's a lot to that, having come from that background myself. Just the evidence and the forfeitures, the monies, the property is a huge undertaking. So, and I have complete confidence and trust, and he has done an incredible job. So, very excited, and like I said, to Lieutenant Ariza and I have been friends for a long time, so this is very exciting. So, congratulations.
This is my wife Peggy, and my sons Adam and Anthony's girlfriend Amanda.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. And if I could have Lieutenant Mitch Hauser and his family come forward, please. Lieutenant Hauser will be promoted to captain, and he will be the one overseeing the new community services unit that will place the priority on community policing, the crime analytics, public information office, community relations, and any strategic initiatives that we will be coming up with. So we're looking forward to this new division and appreciate your leadership in that capacity. If you would raise your right hand and repeat after me, please. I, Mitch Hauser,
I, Mitch Hauser,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will protect and defend
that I will protect and defend
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the State of Ohio,
of the State of Ohio,
the ordinances and charter
the ordinances and charter
of the City of Euclid,
of the City of Euclid,
and the regulations and provisions
of the Euclid Police Department,
that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of captain
the duties of captain
for the City of Euclid.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Captain Hauser.
While Captain Hauser's wife pins that on him, Captain Hauser, also, we got hired around the same time and are good friends. He and Lieutenant Ariza got hired with the same group, and they actually both went to college together in Pennsylvania, but they both went to college together in Pennsylvania some years ago. So we have a lot of history together. We're very excited about this position. Mitch was formerly running our training division, our PIO, our public information officer, a lot of our informational stuff, our IT. And as police work modernizes, the IT requirements are becoming a real challenge. So with some other moves that we're going to make, with Captain Hauser also supervising that, we will have another move that we'll make with one of our sergeants, Sergeant Dave Oshesky, who's here, who's quite the IT guru, who's going to help us with training and with a lot of our IT needs. So this is very much needed, and we're very excited too. And this really gives us more flexibility and more ability to kind of get the things done that we want to get done and give it the priority that it deserves. So we're very excited.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thanks, everybody, for coming tonight. If I could just quickly introduce my beautiful wife, Michelle, and my daughter, Madeline, and son, Michael. They're my support staff and group, and I'm so happy to call them my family.
Congratulations. Congratulations to the newly promoted officers. Thank you to everybody for being here. We appreciate all of the hard work the police department does every day to protect and serve us. We also have the honor tonight to have the annual police awards. So I will turn that over to Chief Meyer and Captain Jansen.
Yes. I know that the awards committee has worked very hard on this, and this is the culmination now. They're going to present these awards tonight. So Captain Mike Jansen, if you want to come up, and I think he's going to come up with Sergeant Kosis, too, who's going to help him with that. And we'll begin the award ceremony. Again, I'm so pleased and glad to hear that these officers are being recognized for these individual incidents that we're going to mention here. But on a daily basis, I am amazed by the professionalism, the restraint, just the ability to handle situations that are extremely difficult, very traumatic, very taxing, and they do it day in and day out. I try to read as many of the police reports that I can, and I get all the major incidents, and I just daily I'm impressed by what I see, and several of those incidents will be recognized here today. But I want everybody to understand this is a daily occurrence. So any more? Captain Mike Jansen.
Thanks, Chief. Sorry, I'm dealing with a little cold here, so you're going to have to bear with me. I want to welcome everybody, officers, families, citizens, to the award ceremony for the year of 2018. Yes, I said 2018. It's takes a lot of work to get this together, so we're a little behind. And after a few months into 2020, I'm going to do the 2019 award ceremony, and then we'll be all caught up. So both the Chief and I realize the value of this award presentation to the recipients that are getting them tonight. It's extremely important. We don't do our job for recognition, but it's very good to be recognized for doing something that's above and beyond the call of duty. These awards are given for exhibiting high degrees of professionalism, implementing life-saving measures to persons injured in crimes or accidents, any exceptional acts and accomplishments under adverse or life-threatening conditions. So those are some of the categories that we have awards for. The recipients tonight were all nominated for these awards by their peers and supervisors, and they were voted on by the awards committee, which Sergeant Kosis and I are members of. I do want to point out that the jobs done by police officers every day deserve an award for sure, but we can't give out an award every day. So with that being said, each officer that's receiving an award tonight should be very proud of their accomplishments. So what I'll be doing is calling each officer up individually, or the group of them that was involved in the incident. Then I'll give a summary of the award and a summary of the incident. Is Patrolman Ferran here? Foreign? No? Okay. So the first award that I'm going to give out is Karen Shoemaker here. Would you come up, please? I talked to your husband instead, yes. Okay, so these civilian service awards are given out to citizens who exhibit outstanding assistance to the community or the police department. These awards are very special because without the help of civilians being brave and giving us information, we wouldn't solve as many crimes as we do. So we take these civilian service awards very seriously. So on September 8, 2018, Ms. Schumacher saw a 2-year-old boy wearing only a diaper run from the driveway on Kennison Avenue. He nearly got struck by a car. She then attempted to locate a parent, was unable. She brought the boy to the police station. The father was eventually located and was charged with child endangering, but basically due to her swift action, the boy was safely returned to his family. So I want to congratulate Karen Shoemaker for Civilian Service Award. So she gets a plaque for the award. Yep. Absolutely. She gets a plaque for the award and then also a medal for civilian service, so she should be very proud. Now, another civilian award we had here was for Tracy Sturdivant, but I don't think she's here tonight. She didn't respond back to me. I'm going to read the award anyway, and I'll make sure she gets it. On November 9th of 2017, a 9-year-old girl was struck by a car on Babbitt Road. Despite the valiant life-saving efforts by police and paramedics, she tragically died from her injuries. The car fled the scene, and the only description we had was a dark-colored car, so that's not much to go on. No make, model, license, anything. Ms. Sturdivant, who was a neighbor, was aware of the car description. She ended up stopping at BP on her way to work on 185th in Cleveland. She saw a car parked with front-end damage, and she saw a cloth sticking out of the hood of the car. So she contacted us with her suspicions, saying that it very well could be the car involved. It ended up being the car involved, and it resulted in the arrest and conviction of the female offender who left the scene of the accident. So she should be very proud of herself for that. The next award is going to be for Patrolman Roosevelt Linder. If you come up, please. So this award is going to be for meritorious service in the line of duty and also exceptional service. Meritorious service citation is awarded as a result of a highly unusual accomplishment under adverse conditions with some degree of hazard to life and limb to the nominee, or where the prevention of death or injury to a third party is attempted or accomplished. And I apologize, this is for meritorious service and injury on duty. So the injury on duty shall be awarded to an officer who suffers an injury that constitutes serious physical harm while in direct performance of his or her duty to the public, while either making an arrest, patrolling, or performing a service. I'm going to read the nomination for Patrolman Linder's award. I'm writing in order to request that Patrolman Roosevelt Linder, Badge 76, be recognized and awarded for his actions on May 1st, 2018. On that date, Patrolman Fredo was on a traffic stop with what turned out to be a dangerous felon, Michael Robinson. Robinson is a parolee with prior attempted murder and felonious assault convictions. He was in possession of a stolen handgun at the time of the stop. Officer Linder responded to assist Patrolman Fredo in conducting the stop. As Officer Fredo was trying to get the male out of the car, the male began swinging, punched Officer Fredo in the face, knocking him off balance. He reached behind his back. Patrolman Fredo believed that he was going for the stolen handgun that he had in his waistband. Patrolman Linder saw the assault, ran up, tackled the suspect. He actually tackled him like over a motorcycle because one of the citizens was driving by on a motorcycle, got off, and tackled him right pretty much on time. I think you knocked it down, didn't you? Yeah. I was there, so. So then the male was trying to get to his handgun, and they subdued him before he was able to do so. Officer Linder's actions on May 1st, 2018 resulted in preserving life of a fellow officer, and that's for sure. We don't know what would have happened if he wouldn't have been right there at that time. He acted selflessly, putting himself at risk, and effected the arrest of a dangerous felon. So this is where he's recommended for meritorious service citation as well as injury on duty. So let's congratulate Patrolman Linder. That's good. You needed something to go on there. Okay, now these next few awards are for exceptional service. Exceptional service citation shall be awarded for any act judged to be exceptional in nature, which may be a single arrest, an investigation, or a series of arrest programs, or functions at an exceptional level. First, I'd like to have Detective Sue Schmidt and Detective Casey Kleckner come up, please. So one of their fellow detectives put them in for this award for exceptional service. I would like to recommend both Detective Schmidt and Detective Kleckner for exceptional service awards in reference to a combined series of investigations involving a suspect. He was involved in a series of burglaries, attempted burglaries, breaking and entering in the northwest section of the city of Euclid. Through excellent investigative work and well-documented police procedure, the suspect was identified. A search warrant was executed at the suspect's home. During that warrant service, a considerable amount of stolen property was identified, cataloged, and returned to the appropriate owners. I believe there's also a stolen property included a stolen handgun, so that was located and recovered. And it can't be used against anybody else at that point. Even though the entire process took only a matter of a few hours, there are very few units that can operate at this level of efficiency. There are many moving parts in the investigation and all conducted within tight parameters of procedural justice. In conclusion, although the two detectives noted above could be nominated for exceptional service realistically on a weekly basis, which I would agree, I would like the administration to pay particular notice to this series of investigations and please ensure the appropriate commendations for a job exceedingly well done. Congratulations, Detective Schmid, Detective Kleckner.
Captain Jansen, before you move on to the next, the work that's done again by our officers is incredible, and the investigations, because I read many of them out of our detective bureau, whether it be our general detective bureau or our narcotics unit, are extremely impressive. The level of dedication, the level of focus, just the level of detail is extremely impressive. And I also want to backtrack to Officer Linder. To see the arrest, if I remember correctly, it was caught on video, surveillance video from one of the businesses there, and it is, the video is impressive, but to see it is just amazing, how quickly Officer Roosevelt's he's a big man, and moved very quickly towards the scene, and again tackled this individual who was going for a firearm. I happened to show up on scene afterwards too, and tackled him into a moving motorcycle. So it was, it's just luckily that nobody was seriously injured. The gentleman on the motorcycle was not, the suspect was not, and but for Officer Linder, unfortunately, he did sustain an injury to the shoulder that was quite serious. So again, I want to get that out there and recognize people and give you really a feel for it. And this is done on a daily basis.
And because of the seriousness of Patrolman Linder's injury, he's actually been on light duty all the way up until now. I think next week you're going to return to full duty. So we're proud of him for that. It's a long road back when you're injured. The two detectives that were just up here, that was Detective Schmid's 4th Exceptional Service Award, which is the most of anybody in our department right now. And Detective Kleckner was recently assigned to the U.S. Marshals Violent Fugitive Task Force, the job I always wanted, but I got promoted instead, so. All right, next, can we have Patrolman Kyle Flagg, Patrolman Mike Rulin, and Patrolman Hunter Kovach, if you could come up, please. These are also for an Exceptional Service Award. Okay. They were put in for this award for a psychiatric situation which happened on October 25th of 2018. 3 officers here responded to a group home at 343 East 275 in reference to a male resident who was walking around the home with a knife, and he was heard saying, "I'm going to gut you all like fishes." So he had a large kitchen knife that he was brandishing. Patrolman Kovach was first on scene, gathered information. It was learned that the male was mentally ill, bipolar, schizophrenic, had not been taking his medication, so it made it quite a dangerous situation. Patrolman Rulin and Patrolman Flagg arrived on scene, and Patrolman Kovach began to speak with the male, who was still agitated, in his bedroom. Patrolman Kovach quickly noticed that the male was still clutching the knife, so it was potentially a very dangerous situation. The male was ignoring the officer's commands to drop the knife. During the brief negotiation, the male began stabbing his bed with the knife. So they were on high alert at that point. Eventually, Patrolman Kovach, who was one of our hostage negotiators, and with the help of the other 2, they talked him out of it. Suspect wasn't injured. They restrained him, took him to the hospital where he could get the help that he needed. So for that, they are getting an Exceptional Service Award. Congratulations. And this is the second Exceptional Service Award for Patrolman Flagg, who will also be getting another award this evening, and then this is the first for the other two officers, so should be very proud. The last exceptional service, Patrolman Louis Catalani, if you come up, please. Okay, Patrolman Lou Catalani has served with the Euclid Police Department since 2016. He's assigned to the patrol unit. He has excellent communication skills, provides exceptional support to the community of Euclid, and he recently began serving as an EDGE hostage negotiator, just like Patrolman Kovac. And he has a crisis intervention team qualified. So throughout the year of 2018, Officer Catalani initiated numerous traffic stops, conducted investigations that have resulted in confiscating illegal drugs and also firearms from convicted felons, and we're talking numerous times, not just once. Officer Catalani demonstrated repeatedly his ability of being empathetic and calm with victims who are in need of assistance. He demonstrates proactive law enforcement while still taking time to conduct necessary investigative follow-up. And for that, his sergeant put him in for the Exceptional Service Award, which he greatly deserves. Congratulations. Okay, I'm going to have Detective Sue Schmid and Patrolman Fred Stolt come up, please. And I'm getting close to the end, so you guys can have your meeting. I know there's a lot of important issues to discuss for the new year. So this award is for Officers' Order of Merit. What this is a long-standing work record that you have to work for a minimum of 10 years, long-standing continuing course of conduct and exercising one's duties that results in the officer being held in the highest esteem by the community and his or her colleagues. And both of these definitely fit that. It's also a high-level activity, self-initiated and assigned police work, positive attitude towards police work, which both of them with 25-plus years still have an extremely positive view towards police work. Sometimes we get a little burned out, and neither of them have. Positive interactions with the public that enhances the image of the officer and the department, and spirit of cooperation with those the officer is professionally involved with. So first I'll read Patrolman Stoltz's bio here. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. Patrolman Stoltz, 27-year veteran of the department. He was hired in 1992. He has spent his career in the patrol division. He has been a field training officer, training new officers for the last 5 years, and was a canine handler previously. What, 2001? Yeah. Yeah. So we both got our first department canines together, so that was an interesting experience. Rewarding. He still has a positive attitude towards police work and training new officers after all these years. He has received numerous departmental awards, including the Combat Cross, Mothers Against Drunk Driving Service Award, Meritorious Service, Education Award, Safe Driving Award, and he was the Officer of the Year in 1998. He has also received at least 100 commendations from his supervisors and citizens. He has earned the respect of his coworkers and the community and deserves this award. Now, when I went to go through his file to check everything and get all this bio information, he had two folders which were about that thick altogether of really all good stuff, so congratulations. Detective Sue Schmid, she was hired in 1991, has 28 years of service with the Euclid Police Department. She was in the first group of officers assigned to a new community policing unit that we established in 1997. Here she excelled in serving the community and was named the top community policing officer in the state of Ohio for 1999. And I don't even remember that, but when I looked through your file, I was like, that's impressive. Yeah, no, that is. She has also received numerous awards, including the Safe Driving Award of 25 years. She has never been in an accident unless I didn't find one. Sorry. In her entire career, which is pretty impressive. We'll knock out one. There we go. Educational achievement. She is the only 4-time Exceptional Service Award winner, which I mentioned earlier. She was named Officer of the Year 2 times, 1997 and again in 2013. She's a role model as a detective and one that her peers should emulate. And she's earned the respect of all her coworkers and supervisors over the years. Congratulations. If I could have Patrolman Kyle Flagg come up again. This next award here is brand new for this year. Captain Cartwright actually came up with the idea for this award. Seeing how important community policing is and positive public interaction, we came up with an award to embody a recipient whose public service improves the quality of life and enhances the image of the police department. And Patrolman Flagg certainly fits that. So the award is called the George M. Brentar Superior Public Service Award. It invokes the spirit of the ultimate public servant combined with the Euclid motto, City of Superior Services. It is named after Patrolman George Brentar, who was tragically killed in a motor vehicle accident in 2007 while chasing down a traffic violator. So, and he definitely embodied the ultimate public servant. He was very big in the community, so we named the award after him. Here is the nomination. Patrolman Kyle Flagg, to be considered for this 2018 award. He has received numerous commendations and letters of recognition for the good police work that he has done. He takes things a step further by getting involved and truly caring for the community he serves. His supervisor put him in for this. As his supervisor, I knew I could count on Patrolman Flagg to act as an ambassador for the department. Anytime I would ask, he would readily participate in community meetings or events. He was always willing to speak with and engage with the public. He would always bring information and concerns from the residents back to the department from those meetings and look for ways to address the problems. During times of conflict with the prosecutor's office, Kyle participated in training and sat through meetings that were pivotal in starting to mend differences. He was able to give firsthand perspectives on the challenges that the officers faced on the road. Officer Flagg's willingness to engage the community extends beyond participating in meetings and events that he is assigned to. He's always willing to be an ambassador of the police department and to act in a role more than just an enforcer of laws, which is important by itself, but also community trust and interacting with the community is extremely important too, especially nowadays. Kyle attended Hooked on Fishing field trips with the community policing unit, things that he didn't have to do. He doesn't seek recognition, it's just the kind of person he is. He was recognized by Kate McLaughlin, who is our community policing specialist, for the outstanding job he did at the Chamber of Commerce job fair, where he manned the police department booth and spoke with people about pursuing a job in law enforcement. So this award is about consistently acting in a manner that lends favorably on the police department. Kyle has done just that. He has found a balance of being a productive, active police officer and reminding the public and his fellow officers that this is a career of service and dedication to the community. So I want to congratulate Patrolman Flagg for being the first George M. Brentar Superior Public Service Award winner. Congratulations. Sorry, no speech. And we're down to our last two. I don't think, is Francis here tonight? Come on up. No, she doesn't get that, no. So Frances Kaspersik, she kept our police station clean for years, and she did a great job. So I'm going to read her nomination, and I'm glad you could make it tonight. So the following is a recommendation for Employee of the Year for 2018. This is Civilian Employee of the Year. Frances Kaspersik is a diligent employee who can be seen working very hard to maintain the Euclid Police Station. She always has a smile and offers compliments and positive conversation to people she passes in the building. She regularly expresses her concerns for officer safety and truly cares about the employees of the police department. Now, she's recently retired, but we miss you. When we voted for this award, we voted unanimously that you have to come back to work, too. So, Okay, last but not least, excuse me, the 2018 Officer of the Year Award. This Officer of the Year Award is going to Detective John Braun. And instead of me reading his nomination, which I could go on and on about, we're going to have Detective Phil Cheddar, who nominated him and requested to speak about John for a minute. John and Phil were hired together on August 14th of 2000, so they've been working together their whole careers. So Detective Braun, Detective Cheddar, please. Before I hand this over to Detective Cheddar, I'm going to read you just the Officer of the Year, if I can find it here. Officer of the Year citation shall be awarded to the officer who has exhibited those qualities which best illustrate to other officers and the public at large a high degree of professionalism. To receive the Officer of the Year award, an officer must have a better than average employee performance evaluation record, and that doesn't even do it justice. It's a lot more things go into it. So I'm going to hand this over to Detective Cheddar.
Thank you, Captain. Good evening, everyone. Every year, the Euclid Police Department honors a single recipient with the Departmental Officer of the Year award. By definition, during that period of time, this police officer has objectively demonstrated professionalism, work ethic, responsibility, and commitment to duty beyond all other sworn personnel. Detective John Braun is definitively that officer. For purposes of background, Detective John Braun has been a valuable member of the Euclid Police Department since the year 2000. Since then, Detective Braun has served our agency in a variety of roles to include patrol officer with the voluntary midnight shift platoon, field training officer, driving instructor, and hostage negotiator. When Detective Braun was transferred to the Euclid Police Department Detective Bureau in early 2012, he was assigned to the U.S. Marshals Violent Fugitive Task Force. While on that special assignment, Detective Braun was honored with the U.S. Marshals Task Force Officer of the Year Award, which I think is obvious foreshadowing. Upon Detective Braun's return to our unit, he pursued his interest in cellular phone research and computer evidence recovery. Since then, Detective Braun has received a wide range of highly specialized training in technologies specifically associated with the analysis and recovery of digital data contained within cellular phones. Due to his advanced education, Detective Braun has developed into a vital and indispensable member of the Detective Bureau. Consider for a moment how technology has exploded within the last 10 years, and speculate what scientific progress may yield in the years to come. There are few, if any, criminal investigations in this increasingly technologically driven society that do not require digital forensic analysis. As a result, Detective Braun has been tasked with forensic searches of highly technical devices, such as cellular phones, DVR surveillance systems, laptop and tablet computers, and all manner of digital memory devices. And because of this highly specialized skill set, Detective Braun is required to testify in court to all manner of complex scientific matters. His testimony has proven invaluable in many felony trials, far too many times to summarize in my limited time this evening. Also, because of these valuable abilities, Detective Braun performs similar examinations for the Euclid Police Narcotics Division, and even for outside agencies upon request, all while maintaining his own full volume of cases under investigation, processing fresh arrests of felony suspects, searching active crime scenes, and serving in a support role for his fellow detectives. Detective Braun is by far the best wingman or beat partner available. I can personally testify to both. During the year of 2018, Detective Braun was directly responsible for the investigation into some of the most extreme and complicated cases I have ever seen at the Euclid Police Department. Without exposing you to the painful and brutal details of our daily workload, Detective Braun was assigned primary responsibility for the most serious sexual assault case our Detective Bureau has ever witnessed, the most complicated homicide crime scene we have ever processed, and a long list of extremely violent felonies throughout 2018. Statistically, one of the busiest years for our unit on record. Also during that time, Detective Braun served as a hostage negotiator. He even came under direct gunfire while responding to a barricaded suspect in another jurisdiction. Again, there's simply not enough time to give such incidents proper attention in this setting. Detective Braun exemplifies commitment to duty, responsibility, ethical behavior, prudence, and a level of professionalism that should serve as a model to all officers aspiring to an investigative position. His cases are well-researched, objectively documented, and represent a standard of thoroughness. Detective Braun's performance has been a major contribution to the overall reputation for excellence that the Euclid Police Detective Bureau experiences at the Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court and with the County Prosecutor's Office. That reputation speaks volumes, and it should be noted that reputation for excellence certainly extends to Detective Sue Schmid and Detective Casey Kleckner, both of whom are also award recipients this evening. Congratulations to you both. In conclusion, allow me a few brief personal observations. John, you are a highly respected detective in our unit. Your work speaks for itself. You have a well-earned reputation for honesty, independence, and integrity. I've known you for 20 years. We've worked together in patrol as well as the Detective Bureau. I know how proud your mother was of you. I'm truly sorry that she isn't here to see you receive this award. But I'm really glad your family's here to see the product of your hard work and diligence. You're a good father and role model to your sons. Congratulations, Detective Braun, on your award. The Euclid Police Department is deeply indebted to you.
Well, that made it easy for me. So I didn't have to write the whole thing up, and I couldn't have said it any better than Detective Cheddar, so thank you. Congratulations to Detective Braun. Congratulations to all the award winners tonight. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to do this in front of council. I tried to be as quick as I could, and that concludes the ceremony for 2018. Chief?
Yeah, thank you, everybody, and congratulations. Again, on a daily, on a weekly basis, our officers respond to things whether it's an armed suspect or a hostile situation or a mental health crisis, and the level of professionalism, again, and restraint, but also to recognize our officers in the absolute level of humanity that would humble anybody in this room. And I get to see it on a regular basis, and it's truly humbling to me. So having said that, too, what do we expect? What do I expect out of our officers? Well, I expect, many of the officers, let's say I expect too much, but I expect two things that are really important to me. You've got to have these two things that you've got to be able to engage with the community. You've got to build relationships. You've got to be able to build that trust. You've got to be, you've got to come across as a person, as somebody that folks can connect with. Equally important, they're expected to address our very real crime control issues. So they need to be able to do both. So in order to address those issues with our gun violence, our drug trafficking issues, our robberies, our other type of issues, we also have to build that relationship and that trust with the community. So that's what I expect out of the officers. But both need to be done, and one is no more important than the other, but they are very important. And especially, I know that the residents of Euclid expect that their officers are doing both, and expect that our very real crime control issues are being addressed, and that the community is being engaged with and made to feel safe and made to feel like this is their police department. So that's kind of this kind of encompasses that, and I really appreciate it. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the officers for what they do day in and day out, and I want to thank their families too for supporting them, because it's not easy being the spouse or necessarily being a family member, a parent of a police officer. So it is difficult, and I really appreciate that too. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have a couple other administrative announcements, and then we'll move on to the agenda. We'll start with Chief Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor, Council President, members of council, and members of the audience. Just two quick announcements. This Thursday, January 9th at 3 p.m., this will be at the Shore Room at the Euclid Library. This is something that we partnered with the library. We're going to be having a teen summit. Teens can join the Euclid Police at the Euclid Public Library at 3 p.m. for a teen summit. Teens will learn how to communicate better with police during tough situations through some role-playing activities. So we'll have officers to include Sergeant Vashon Williams, who worked diligently on this. And again, that's Thursday, January 9th at 3 p.m. at the library. And again, too, we'll be having another Coffee with a Cop. That'll be Wednesday, January 22nd. It's also with our friends at the Euclid Public Library, and that'll be from 10 to 11:30 a.m. So please, we encourage you to join us. It's a good opportunity to engage and ask questions and just simply get to meet, the officers, and for them to get a chance to meet you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And Director Stevens?
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Chair of the Council, and to the residents. I have quite a few announcements. First of all, Learn to Skate. Our third session begins tomorrow, January 7th. Sessions will take place on Tuesdays. Classes are 30 minutes long. It's a six-week session. Next, we have our 2020 Cheer Boot Camp. The boot camp is for girls. This class takes place at Shore Cultural Center. It's designed for girls 8 through 12. All sessions will take place on Fridays from 6:30 p.m. until 8 o'clock p.m. Price is $25 for all 7 sessions. Next, for girls fast pitch, we are now open for registration for ages 6 through 18. Our fast pitch teams participate in the Willoughby Baseball League along with Wycliffe, Willowick, Eastlake, Willoughby, and Willoughby Hills. Games are held on weekday evenings. Practices will be held on weeknights and weekends based on field availability. Also, there will be a free 6-session softball clinic and conditioning on Sundays coming up towards the end of this month once we get confirmation from Euclid High School for use of the auxiliary gym. If you have any questions, feel free to call the Recreation Department at 289-8114 or visit the City of Euclid Recreation site and click on the Recreation link. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to congratulate all of the officers and the civilian for their awards tonight and thank them all for their service. A couple other just quick other announcements. If you have not seen the Freshwater e-news publication on our website, there is a link that shows all of the articles that have been part of that series. I believe it was a 10-part series. Freshwater Cleveland. As their finale, they will be holding a storytelling event. That will be at Euclid Public Library on Thursday, January 23rd from 6:30 to 8:30. So we would invite everybody to join us for the finale of the Freshwater on the Ground series, highlighting many of the positive things happening in Euclid. And just as a reminder, we will be recognizing Martin Luther King Day on Monday, January 20th, so City Hall will be closed, and the council meeting will be a day later, Tuesday, January 21st. With that, Madam Chair, that concludes administration reports.
Thank you. We will now move on to committee documentation. The first committee report was a council work session on 12/16/2019, where we received our monthly financial update for the year ending November 2019. We also reviewed budget amendment, which happened to be on the agenda of that particular council meeting. And Director Smith also shared an idea for 2020's work sessions and how we might streamline some of the paper that we're actually seeing. So council got a chance to weigh in on that. There is no action taken, as this is an informational session that we do monthly. The second meeting was the Executive and Finance meeting on December 18th. At that meeting, we had discussion of Ordinance 126.19, an ordinance amending Section 125.06, minutes and repealing Section 125.03, personal notice of meetings of Chapter 125, open meetings of the Administrative Code and codified ordinances for the City of Euclid to amend and enact codes pertaining to the business and matters before City Council. The second agenda item was discussion of Ordinance 127.19, an ordinance amending Sections 121.07, Order of Business, 121.15, Clerk, 121.18, Committee of the Whole, 121.20, Council members' comments, 121.22, Order, 121.32, Handbilling, and enacting Sections 121.33, Miscellaneous, and 121.35, removal of Chapter 121, Council of the Administrative Code of the Codified Ordinances for the City of Euclid to amend and enact codes pertaining to the business and matters before City Council. I want to say, first of all, I was very pleased with the commitment by City Council members who received this packet of information, which was a lot, approximately 3 weeks before, so they went through it, and we spent a good 2.5 hours actually going through and amending the things that we needed to be amended. So I do want to say I am absolutely grateful that we have the commitment to get the work done. The actions taken that night were that the committee, once we had made the amendments we needed, voted to send the ordinances back to full council with a recommendation for passage, and you will see them on the agenda this evening. The last meeting we had was on 12/21/19, and it was actually the council orientation, which we would consider a work session. We received an update on citywide projects from the mayor. The city council organization and review of processes and expectations were done. Council committee information about committees' descriptions, review, possible revisions, possible new committees, and communication strategies were also discussed at that time. The actual actions that were taken is committees were looked at, descriptions were begun to be done, to be formalized, and discussed at our first organizational meeting of January 2020, which we did this evening, and voted to accept. And those were the actions that were taken from the orientation. I will turn it over to Councilwoman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to receive and accept the following documentations. The Board of Control dated December 16, 2019, the Euclid City Council work session held on December 16, 2019, the Executive and Finance Committee meeting held on December 18, 2019, and the Euclid City Council work session orientation held on December 21, 2019.
Thank you. Do I have a second? So moved by Councilman Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We now go on to the Committee of Whole for legislative matters only. Before we get started, I want to say that the first agenda item will have a motion to postpone till the next council meeting. So if you have questions pertaining that agenda item, we would request that you hold them until the next council meeting, which is 2 weeks from tonight. Other than that, if you would like to speak to any matter on the agenda this evening, please come to the center podium, give us your name, address. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less.
Jeffrey Beck, 25540 Chatworth. Item number 5 on the agenda. This ordinance enacts various reasons, portion of this ordinance enacts various reasons for council to remove from office an elected official. This is a bad idea because it's not an ordinance that betters this city. It's being done for strictly political purposes. And allow me to explain. I have watched this at previous councils for many years. This council is split. We will call them Faction 1 and Faction 2 and leave it at that. Faction 1 controls most of the votes. If a member of Faction 1 violates this ordinance, I'm sure nothing will happen. They control the majority of the votes, so any member of this faction is safe. from being voted out. This is not true with Faction 2. If a member of Faction 2 violates any part of this ordinance, they will be voted off as quickly as can be done. So this ordinance discriminates against some council people due to the questions they ask and the way they vote. But there are enough votes to enact this ordinance, I know that. I've heard that other cities have enacted similar, but the only city I have ever heard that enforced this type of punishment was Willoughby Hills, and that was thrown out in court. So go ahead and vote it in. After all, you can vote to make it illegal to eat ham sandwiches in Euclid. That would sit on the books until someone tried to enforce it. Then the same thing would happen that happened in Willoughby Hills. Because the point you are dismissing in this is that the voters put people into office, and the voters can vote them out. So again, go ahead and pass it. But take note, if you try to enforce this ordinance and run afoul of the voters, our group, Euclid Citizens in Action, will initiate recall proceedings on any council person who runs afoul of the voters, whether through this ordinance or running afoul of the voters in any way. This is not a threat, and please don't consider it to be one. We're just saying that if you open certain doors, we will close them. And if it's one thing we're good at gathering, it's signatures. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Victor Goodman, Glen Russ Lane. I've given a lot of thought into what I wanted to say tonight, mainly referring to items 4, and could be also included to 5. We're now starting a new decade. I've lived in Euclid for going now on 46 years. The 2000s have not been kind to us. We started the first decade of the 2000s by being called the most racist city in the United States of America. And the council that sits today is a direct result of that, as we lost the right to have at large. And when every citizen in the city of Euclid got to vote 6 times for the people who stood up there rather than 2. Unfortunately, in the second decade of the 2000s, we faced a lot of bad publicity. And again, racism became the focal point pointed out. Do you want to start the 2000s as the city that violated civil rights and freedom of speech? Now, I have seen that you have adjusted some of the things that you have put into this ordinance. You now say you've eliminated, you're going to throw somebody out. But you still have the words that are have too many meanings and too many ways of deciding what and who. Disruptive. Any speech can be disruptive. What I'm saying right now is disruptive. Anything can be controversial. What I'm saying now is controversial. Now, I agree that we're not up here to embarrass, humiliate, well, let's stop there. Embarrass and humiliate. But if a member of council or administration has embarrassed themselves with decisions and comments and humiliated themselves, then why are we not allowed to bring that forth? And the main thing is the unethical behavior. Who judges unethical behavior? If a member of this administration has done something that is considered wrong, or if a member of council, that pointing out that is part of freedom of speech. So I do hope that every member of this city council will take a long, deep breath before they vote tonight, Because as the previous person has just stated, pass anything you want. But believe me, if you stifle public speech, freedom of speech, and civil rights of citizens, you will be held accountable probably in the court of law. And do you want Euclid to be known now as the city that stops civil rights? Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Seeing none, we will move on to the legislative portion of our agenda this evening. Madam Clerk, please read the first agenda item into the record.
Resolution 113-19, a resolution authorizing the amendment of the consent judgment with Providence Baptist Church to allow for a new development project called Celebration Village at Providence Park.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. We will move to Director Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to Council. As what Council President said earlier, it sounds like this is not going to be voted tonight. We have 2 new council people that just started today. I'm working on trying to get a joint meeting with the schools, as has been requested. Celebration Village gave me 2 dates, but they're next week, and I don't know that the school board's available next week. So I'm going to work with Treasurer Brown to get some additional dates so we can have that joint meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions about the consent judgment. I did give you a copy of the edited version that took out the items that potentially could be discriminatory in nature and provided that to council. As we discussed at the last E&F meeting, or maybe it was it an E&F meeting or was it the last council meeting that the folks were here, we had to remove the items that likely the federal court would not sign that were in the consent decree, and that's the senior housing and the subsidies. That does not mean this is not going to be a senior facility. It's certainly, that is still the plan. We just can't necessarily put that in the consent decree for the court to sign. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have, or any other additional questions. Email them to me, and I can give them to the developers, and we can talk about those at a joint meeting. I'm also happy to meet with Councilman Epps and Councilwoman Euclid at a separate meeting to go over more details if you need to. And I did email you today, and Marcus, I know you already have met with the developers, and Maria, they're available to speak with you as well if you'd like to chat with them.
Thank you. I'm going to move to postpone this to the next meeting. 2 reasons. One, we received some fairly significant changes to it that were amended at the last council meeting, which was our last meeting of the year. And the second reason is we do have 2 new council people who really need to be brought up to speed with information and data. And I want to give them the opportunity, even though I know they were both here for some parts of the December meeting. This is a different ballgame when you are sitting here and you need to make decisions. So I want you to have that time to primarily talk with our law director, who will be the conduit to the developers with any questions or issues about the consent decree itself. The other questions that have come forward can obviously be done at a later meeting or at a joint meeting, but about the consent decree legislation, I want everybody to be comfortable with that. So I have a motion on the floor. I need a second. So moved by Councilman Jaros. Any further discussion on that? Councilman Epps. We can only discuss the motion.
Correct. I just wanted to, as a matter of record, say that I appreciate this happening tonight and the courtesy you're giving for us to be brought up to speed with this, and also with the fact that I have discussed or had some conversations with the developers as well, and I would like an opportunity for them to address some of the concerns that I've put out there that they have acknowledged they are willing to address, mainly the infrastructure issues, and so I just appreciate you all for your effort in deferring this for us tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilwoman Gorshi. All in favor? Aye. Or I'm going to take a roll call. Let's just take a roll call.
Epps.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Wojciech.
Yes.
Yukich?
Yes.
Gorshi?
Yes.
Cavanagh?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Mancuso?
Yes.
Resolution postponed until the next, next council meeting.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the second agenda item into the record.
Resolution 001-20, a resolution granting a use district exception pursuant to chapters 1375.01A3 and 1359.03E6 of the codified ordinances of the City of Euclid to owner applicant Richard Dotson, Buckeye Flooring Holdings, LLC, to establish and operate a flooring contractor business in an existing building at 451 East 200th Street, permanent parcel numbers 641-16-013 and 014, a U4 local retail or wholesale store district.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin the discussion. So moved by Councilman Jarrow, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Director Holliday, begin discussion.
Thank you. This item will allow for the legal operation of the Buckeye Flooring Company at this location in Ward 4 on East 200th Street. Buckeye Flooring is a flooring installation company. It's owned and operated by Mr. Richard Dotson. Mr. Dotson, in addition to being the owner of this company, was raised in Euclid, and when he no longer lives in Euclid, but when his business reached the point where he needed a physical location, he outgrew his home office. He wanted to come back to Euclid, so he chose Euclid to open up Buckeye Flooring. His request was reviewed and recommended for passage by the Planning and Zoning Commission on December 10th, 2019. The Planning and Zoning Commission did have two conditions with their approval, which are contained in the ordinance that's in front of you this evening. Mr. Dotson could not be here this evening, but we are in full support of his request, and I am happy to answer any questions that council may have on this item.
Thank you. And I'll go to the Ward 4 Councilman, Councilman Jarrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to provide a little more color on the situation. Folks may remember at 200th Street, this was Fred's Heating and Cooling building. That building has since moved to a different location in Euclid. It was a heating and cooling contractor. Essentially, that's what's moving out, and a flooring contractor is moving in. There's really no significant change at all to how the building is going to be operated or anything like that. In fact, there are very rarely are there even people there consistently. The contractors sort of come in at 7:30, 8 o'clock, pick up their materials, pick up their contracts, and move out. So, Mr. Dotson was not available to make it today. I suggest to my colleagues here if we could just go ahead and pass this today so we could get his business up and running. I'd appreciate it. I'm sure he would too.
Thank you. Other discussion? Councilman Epps.
I just want to ask, I don't know if it's to Director Holliday or maybe my colleague has the answer, but who, if anyone, sent the message to Mr. Dotson about the outdoor work being performed on the property outdoors as well as the outdoor storage? Just as someone who deals with these types of construction projects and rehab projects all the time, that is a concern, and obviously you've talked to him, and if you could give some insight as to the conversation as just making sure that that strong message was sent, that there will be no outdoor storage as well as the outdoor work, which is included in the legislation. Thank you.
Director Holliday.
Thank you. Yes, that issue was addressed at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Mr. Dotson's aware that those conditions exist in the ordinance and in the approval. He had no concern with those two conditions. Those conditions will be in an ongoing manner enforced by our zoning commissioner, and if there is any instance where those items are not being followed, Mr. Dotson will be notified and we'll make sure that there's a correction. However, I believe that he is fully aware of those conditions and willing to accept those.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Jarrow, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor? Aye. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on the resolution?
Jarros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Resolution passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read the third agenda item into the record?
Resolution 003-20, a resolution setting forth the council committees and assignments for the January 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2021 term of the Council of the City of Euclid.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage. So moved by Councilwoman Cavanagh, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor? Aye. This is the resolution that sets the council committees for the upcoming two-year term. This council met in its first organizational meeting of the year, where its role was to review and vote to bring them to full council, which they did unanimously. So I would ask for a motion to pass this by council, other than myself, Councilwoman Cavanagh. And a second, Councilwoman Gorshi. Any further discussion on the committee structure? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the resolution.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi. Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Charles.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Resolution passes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the fourth agenda item?
You mean read it into the...
I'm sorry, yes.
That's okay.
Yeah, read it in first.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll do that. Ordinance 126A-19, an ordinance amending section 125.06 minutes and repealing section 125.03 personal notice of meetings of chapter 125 open meetings of the administrative code of the codified ordinances for the city of Euclid to amend and enact codes pertaining to the business and of matters before the Euclid City Council.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor? This is the first of two ordinances which we had in the Executive Finance Committee, which we reviewed, amended, gave to our law director, who put the amendments on for this evening. I will open discussion, if there is any, and look for a motion for passage. Councilwoman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing Section 1 under the 125.06 minutes, I noticed that we did add summary documentation in one line, but the last line, it says the minutes or documentation. Can we include summary for that line as well as the last line, summary before documentation as well? I think that was just missed because I thought we did already.
Okay, so does everybody know where we're at? We're in the second to last sentence where it says the minutes or documentation. So the minutes or summary documentation is what I believe we did, correct?
That's correct. That's what
Okay.
we did at the last meeting.
So can we amend
Just
that?
amend it for that.
All right, so that's a motion for amendment right here. The minutes or summary. And do you want to do it on the last line where it says summary?
Last line as
Okay.
well. Right prior to documentation, I think we should always have summary,
Okay.
so they'll know.
All right, so the amendment is to add the word summary, which I thought we did at our executive and finance, to the second last line and the last line.
Yes.
So we have a motion for that amendment. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Moore. Can I have a roll call on the amendment?
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi. Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Charles.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Amendment passes.
Thank you. All right, so then we're on to the ordinance itself. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Watilla, second by Councilwoman Yukich. All in favor? I will look to suspend the minutes to forego the third reading of the ordinance. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Jaros. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. Please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
No.
Cavanagh.
No.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps?
No.
Charles?
Yes.
McIntosh?
Yes.
Watilla?
Yes.
Mancuso?
Yes.
Ordinance passes.
Thank you. Please read the fifth agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 127A-19, an ordinance amending sections 121.07, Order of Business, 121.15, Clerk, 121.18, Committee of the Whole, 121.20, Council Members' Comments, 121.22, Order, 121.32, Handbilling, and enacting sections 121.33, Miscellaneous, and 121.35, Removal of Chapter 121, Council of the Administrative Code of the Codified Ordinances for the City of Euclid to amend and enact codes pertaining to the business of and matters before the Euclid City Council.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin the discussion. So moved by Councilman Moore, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. This is again the second ordinance that we had in the Executive Finance Committee that we amended and brought from that committee with recommendation for passage. Discussion. Councilwoman Gorski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Law Director Sweeney, would you weigh in onto this particular 127A-19 with the residents' concerns about civil rights violations and such? Can you give us your opinion?
Councilwoman Sweeney.
Yes, Madam Chair, to the Councilwoman, I don't like to give something that important off the cuff, but potentially there could be First Amendment implications. I do want to point out that language was already in here. That hasn't been amended. It's just been added to a different section. The language that has already been in this code is insinuations about unethical behavior, personal attacks and insults, and loud and obstreperous conduct are out of place and demeaning to the entire council and will be called out of order. That's already in one of these sections. Similar language was put into another section as well, but potentially there are First Amendment implications. We did kind of discuss that at the ENF meeting. I recommended taking out some of the language, you know, that like argumentative, as I mentioned. This whole meeting is argumentative at times. So there are ways, you know, that these words, I do agree with the residents, these words can be interpreted in different ways. I don't know if there's ways to tighten up this language so we don't have First Amendment implications. You know, and I do understand this is the forum to potentially call out unethical behavior, you know, to call out issues. I do get that, but there also we have to weigh being professional and civic to each other, and that just doesn't happen here often. You know, folks are mean. You know, I don't know how to get around that. So if we still need to go back to the drawing board and discuss some of these things, I'm happy to join you. I agree with the council president. We did have a very good committee meeting, what I believed, you know, we bounced ideas back and forth. If we still have more work to do, I'm happy to help.
Thank you very much. I do agree that, you know, some of our codes have to be refreshed and looked at for current day occurrences. I cannot support this in its form as it is now, so I would look forward to any insight you'd like to offer. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other discussion. Councilman Epps. Sorry.
Madam Chair, to Law Director Sweeney and yourself, I'd like to just ask if we, myself and Councilwoman Euclid, could have the same courtesy with this particular legislation. You also, I was president at that meeting, did not have an opportunity to engage and be a part of those discussions, but I do acknowledge that it was a productive meeting. But with Celebration Village, for example, there were even more meetings than that, and we're given that courtesy to be brought up to speed. I would like to be a part of some type of committee or work session discussion about this, and I also would like to suggest, I don't know what my colleagues think about it, but if council would like to grab some type of outside counsel to actually advise us or work with us through this. I think the intention here is to clean things up and make things more efficient, not to muddy the waters even more. And I think in this current state, that's what we're doing, especially if that is the perception of the residents. And I'm going to tend to side with the folks on that. But if we could just have another discussion where we have the opportunity to, one, be brought up to speed with the original intentions, as well as have input in the discussion and the amendments.
Thank you. Other discussion. Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have the option of sending this piece back to ENF for further discussion? Is that possible?
Yes, you can do whatever you'd like. Yes.
So I'd like to make a motion that we send it back to ENF for further discussion.
Okay.
Second.
Councilwoman McIntosh?
Just going to second that.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, if I may add something too. Councilwoman Cavanagh brought up Ann Arbor and one of the removal, I think, was it a removal code that Ann Arbor has? I did not look that one up yet because this was forwarded to here for approval. So I'm going to do some more research on Ann Arbor and other cities of that like.
The only thing we have right now is Ohio's.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor? Aye. I need a motion to send this to, we have a motion and a second to send this back to Executive Finance Committee. So moved by Councilman Councilman Moore, sorry. Councilwoman McIntosh. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on sending this back to ENF.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavanagh.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Charles.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Patilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance sent back to Executive and Finance.
Okay, just be aware we have our budget meetings coming up, so when you see all these schedulings for ENF, please avail yourself, because we have a lot of work to do over the next couple months, okay? So we'll try and get all these meetings in. Okay. Madam Clerk, please read the sixth agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 002-20, an ordinance to install sidewalks and improve crosswalk marking for the visibility and accessibility in the Euclid City Schools.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin the discussion. So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, second by Councilwoman Yukich. All in favor? And we will go to Director Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of Council, this will allow us to proceed with ODOT on the construction of a Safe Routes to School infrastructure project. The Safe Routes to School program was created in 2008 to encourage and enable students in grades K through 8th to safely walk or ride their bikes to school. Back in actually 2016, Euclid City Council authorized us to submit a grant application to ODOT through the Safe Routes to School program, seeking funding to construct improvements in our city. As a result, the city was awarded $145,000 from ODOT to improve the crosswalks at Chardon Road and East 232nd Street, and also Shoreview Avenue and East 250th Street. Those items were selected because they were part of the Safe Routes to School plan that was created by our local committee, which consists of members from the city and also the schools. That funding was awarded to us for construction year 2020, which we are now in. The engineering work for these improvements has been done by GPD Group. The grant will pay for 100% of the construction costs up to $145,000. With GPD, we've engineered these improvements so that the estimated cost is currently $130,000, so fully funded by this grant. In summary, the improvements are going to consist of the installation of rapid flashing beacons at these two intersections. These will be similar to the signals that you can currently see at East 242nd Street and Lakeshore Boulevard. There will also be new crosswalk markings, curb repairs and adjustments and so forth, basically to make these intersections easier to cross for our young people going to and from school each day. This work is very much in line with our master plan, which encourages walkability and connectivity within our community. Passage will allow us to enter into the project grant agreement with ODOT so that hopefully these improvements can be constructed this year. I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I look forward to your support of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a technical question for Director Sweeney. It is written as a regular ordinance, but on page 3 it says it's an emergency measure. Do we need to amend it to be an emergency ordinance?
Madam Chair, I don't think we need to amend this to be an emergency measure, right? There's nothing pressing that in the next 30 days. This is their standard boilerplate legislation that they gave us. What did deadlines? Yeah.
It says it shall take effect and be enforced immediately upon its passage and approval.
Yeah, the agenda does not say emergency. Their language in here is an emergency measure.
So should we amend it to be an emergency measure?
If council wants to do that.
Do we need a formal amendment to do that?
Well, that second line, though, following appropriate legislative action, it shall take effect and be enforced immediately upon its passage and approval. Otherwise, it shall take effect and be enforced from after the earliest period allowed by law. So if council does not want to make it an emergency, that's okay. I think they have this, you know, open-ended enough.
Okay. All right. Discussion. Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you pointing out the fact that it could be made an emergency if we wanted to. I guess my question is, if we did make an emergency measure, could the work start this year, or not this year, sooner than later before sort of the season turns, or have they already paused for the season?
Director Holliday.
Madam Chair, to the councilman, it's certainly our goal to get the work done this year. I will say ODOT has asked that they receive this document back by January 24th. So I would suggest that either we make it an emergency ordinance so that it can be executed immediately, or alternatively, council could make this a first reading, and we could come back and pass it as an emergency ordinance at the second reading once the agenda is, and that second agenda could be written so that it's clear that it is an emergency. But ODOT has asked to receive this back by January 24th, and I think those are two ways that we could do that.
Okay. So also, I'm very glad to see this happening in Ward 2. I believe Director Connect and I have had several emails about the crosswalk that exists there. It's not quite complete. So it looks as though this will complete it and add flashing signs, which, because of where it's located in the dip, is going to be definitely an improvement for those that are crossing. So I look forward to having this happen, and I would suggest we do an emergency. I'm not making an amendment or a motion yet, but I think it would be better that we do it sooner than later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other discussion? Councilwoman Gorski.
I think John was first.
Councilwoman Gorski.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have a couple of questions. 232 at Chardon several years ago did have a signal there that the state no longer mandated. How are they looking at this new, what do you call them, beacons? Have they are approving this now where the light wasn't warranted back then?
Madam Chair, to the councilwoman, that is correct. Rapid fire beacons are slightly different than full traffic lights, in that they are simply warning motorists that there is a pedestrian in the crosswalk. So vehicles still have to stop while the pedestrian is in the crosswalk. ODOT, I believe, in this case, is looking at that more favorably than a full traffic light that had previously been there.
Okay. And I would have liked to have seen, so right now at Shoreview and 250th, there are already pretty robust crosswalk lines there. I'd have liked to have seen a picture of what the streetscape would look like. We didn't get that with this legislation. Also very excited about this continuing going forward. I know that Councilman Langman was looking forward that for quite a number of years, and we need to keep our children safe. I would just like to see what it's going to look like. The one on Lakeshore Boulevard, I've watched people go through it. There's not going to be a concrete medium on 250th or on Chardon Road, is there?
Director Holliday.
Councilman, no. At this time, the ODOT and our engineers are not including a median in the plans for either intersection.
So with these rapid fire beacons, how would a child enact those? Is there going to be a pole on the street where you hit a button?
Yes.
Okay, can we get pictures of kind of visual? I'd like to see what those look like, although I'm also in favor of an emergency to protect these kids as soon as possible. Chardon is a very quick road with people exceeding speed limits, and everybody knows that 250th is the Autobahn of Euclid. So definitely in support of this, but I'd like to have some visuals for this. And Director Connect, did you have anything you'd like to add to this? I'm sure you were involved in the project.
Director Connect?
Madam Chair to the Councilwoman, no, I'm just excited that we're finally at this point. ODOT, as well as the city, realized that those are two very dangerous intersections for pedestrians, let alone for children.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So similar to the project on Lake Shore, this will be a project led by ODOT, and they will manage the construction of it as well.
Director Holiday?
That's correct, yes.
Part of the problem with Lake Shore is they did the physical work first, and then they put the signs up second because of delivery time. So it was a little bit difficult because all of a sudden you had curbing and things in there that weren't there prior, and people were like, oh, this is terrible, but the project hadn't yet been completed. So hopefully they'll be able to get everything together and not have kind of a phased approach. But I support the project and the emergency status.
Thank you. Any other? Councilman Epps.
Madam Chair, I would just say the same thing. I support the idea of making this an emergency in lieu of the January 24th deadline that's in place. And obviously with the schools and not the busing being reduced as well, I am in favor of doing this. I would just like to know what happens if, so the grant is for up to $145,000 and then the estimate is for $130,000. What happens if that goes over, and where will those monies come from?
Director Holiday?
Madam Chair to the Councilman, Euclid would be responsible for those additional costs if there are any. We would look to our existing funding sources that are appropriated by council in order to cover that. However, we've instructed our engineers, and I feel very confident in their abilities, that it's very important that this project come in under $145,000 because we are not looking to put any additional funds of our own into it, which is why you'll see that they're currently designing the project very conservatively in that they're only estimating the cost at this time to be $130,000.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I would say is, I'm not sure, obviously I'm new here, I'm not sure if there's specific legislation you can or cannot do this on, but I would like my name to be added to this, if possible. Thank you.
Would council like all of their names added to it? Yes. Okay, we can do that. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, we have an amendment on the floor by Councilman Moore, second by Councilman Epps, to make this an emergency ordinance. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, entertain a motion to close that debate. So moved by Councilwoman Yukich, second by Councilwoman Cavaness. All in favor?
Aye.
Please call the roll on the amendment.
Cavaness.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Charles.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Patilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes. Okay, now, is there any further discussion on the ordinance itself? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Jarrow, second by Councilman Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the merits of the ordinance.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Charles.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Patilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavaness.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes.
Ordinance passes as amended.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the seventh agenda item into the record.
Ordinance 004-20, an emergency ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of Euclid or her designee to enter into an extension of the current lease management agreement with the Coral Management Company. Such agreement outlining the terms for Coral to lease the Shore Cultural Center from the city and to manage the property through December 31st, 2020.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for passage to begin discussion. So moved by Councilman Watilla, second by Councilwoman McIntosh. All in favor? Aye. Mayor Gale?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. This would authorize us to continue the contract with Coral to manage Shore Cultural Center. As you know, we are in the process of a request for proposals for redevelopment, revitalization ideas for Shore, and those proposals are due this Friday, January 10th. So, and we do understand that once those proposals come in, there will be a review process, and hopefully we have a good idea, but in the meantime, we do need Coral to continue to manage the operations of shore. The contract is the same as it has been, with a slight, I think it's 2.25% increase to their monthly management fee. We will also be discussing, so as you know, we discussed their full budget through the budget process, so this really commits to the management, authorizes them to manage it. There is a 30-day out, so, you know, as we're looking at proposals as they come in, if there's a good proposal and we decide to go another direction, we do have the ability to terminate the agreement, and Coral understands the process, has been part of those discussions, so would appreciate your support to have Coral continue while we're working through the process. We did have a conversation with Silverlode in GBX, who is doing the RFP, helping us with the RFP process. They did also recommend that we continue to operate the building and maintain it as is, because that's beneficial for whoever might look to revitalize the building. So happy to answer any questions. But
thank you. Discussion. Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any change to the agreement other than the rate, Director Sweeney? No. And then just kind of give a little bit of more talk about the RFP process and the committee that was formed to ended up coming up with that decision, which both Councilwoman McIntosh and myself were on. You know, having looked very closely at Shore, to us, you know, Coral definitely they took that facility, that asset, and they really raised it up to a high level, and it's really remarkable what they do there. You know, the RFP process, we're hoping will take it even higher, and really the goal is to try to get the money that we're putting into it annually decreased. So that process was, you know, Coral looked, you know, they've done a great job there, and this, the continuation of this is easy to approve, but I just wanted to add that remark before we vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Councilwoman Gorshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor, I had asked a question, and Director Sweeney did try to answer it, but sometimes when you're emailing, you don't get everything clear. But in Q, it does say about, you know, it's a whole long sentence, so I'll just say that it says, in the event that the consultant is required by the city to perform services beyond that normal scope expected of managing agent for projects similar to the premises in the Cleveland area, and now you can breathe, consultant may make an additional charge for the fair value of such services. And when I read that, what popped into my mind was the holiday lighting. So does a consultant such as Coral, what is their responsibility in something like that? And did they go over and above their hours for a fair value of such services? And that's kind of, I know that it hasn't changed, but reading through this and just today taking over the Assets Committee, I'm going to be really involved in the shore and other assets, but that's why I was really looking at it under a microscope and was wondering if somebody could clarify, do they go over and above their consultant agreement when it comes to events such as that?
So no, they have not. We have not paid them additional fees other than when they first were brought on, we went through a strategic planning process that was considered above and beyond the management and leasing of the building. That has been in there. We have not, as you know, Laura Kidder and her team have been part of the helping to, and the holiday lighting is a team effort that really is a city and shore, and many of the faith communities are part. We had actually a committee of community members that did that. That is not additional, there's no additional payment to Coral for that. They were part of managing the Wind Fest for a number of years. We did not pay them additional funding for that. Concerts in the park, they've been great partners, and because those are done through partnerships, and that's part of helping to elevate and educate people about what's happening at shore, they've done that as part of that. So I think that would only be if we asked for additional things like strategic planning or using them in a different capacity. Anything that they do is part of their annual budget. Anything that would be on top of that, they have to get approval from us, and if it has not been authorized through funding by council, we would have to come back to council.
Okay, and has Coral been paid for all of their contract services so far, up to date? Everything been paid in full?
we've paid what council has authorized has been, Coral manages the money that we authorize them to spend.
Okay, so we don't owe them any money at this particular
I
point in
believe
time?
their management fee for 19 has been paid in full. I mean, I believe it's part of their budget and has been, I haven't seen the end of the year report, but.
Okay. Director Smith, are you aware of that management fee's been paid through your department?
Director Smith?
Council Chair or Council President to Councilwoman, they manage, as the mayor said, they
pay
they
themselves.
manage
We don't
their
pay.
funds. We pay them a monthly
We don't authorize
stipend.
a separate fee to Coral. We give the funding for the annual amount, and they pay the different fees that are part of the annual operating budget, which the management fee is included in that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Other discussion? Councilman Epps?
I just want to ask, Madam Chair, if we know what the difference is, but, well, for starters, are there any additional employees employed directly by Coral other than Laura Kidder that work at Shore?
Yes, they have a team of staff that are there, that are all Coral employees.
And they're all paid through
Yeah,
the
we
funding
are,
that we
so
providing?
council authorizes an amount, and this will come up through the budget process, that Coral presents a budget to the city. Here's what we project for the operational cost of Shore. We will bring that to council. Council will approve that. In the past several years, that has included a subsidy, an amount that the city has paid to operate the building. So last year, it was $240,000. And that includes, they pay their staff, they pay the bills, they pay utilities, they also collect the rents. And so we'll be happy to meet with you and explain how that all works, and it will come up certainly through the budget or through the assets committee. They will typically come every year to present the budget. We're in a little bit of a different place this year because we're in the middle of the RFP process, but they're authorized a certain amount of money from council every year, and they operate within that budget. That includes their management fee and all of the employees that work there.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Chair, I just would say the reason I asked that question is because, and I've mentioned this before, that I would love to see us operate that building again from a city standpoint, and not directly or not independently or directly or through Coral. Laura Kidder, I think, is the gym from Coral that's there at that property. And so the reason I asked that question was just trying to find out what could we save if that was the route. I understand there are a lot of benefits and stuff that would be incorporated in that as well, but in lieu of the RFP process and what's going on there, I would agree and be willing to support this tonight to keep things rolling. This is for 1 year, though, and not the full 3, correct?
It's a one-year agreement, but we do have the termination ability with 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilman Epps, second by Councilwoman Gorshi. All in favor? Aye. I will ask to suspend the rules to forego the second and third reading. So moved by Councilwoman Gorshi, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oh, it is an emergency. Sorry. We had it once, now we don't have it. Okay, so we closed debate, so call the roll on the emergency ordinance. So sorry.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Charles.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavaness.
Yes.
And Kuso.
Yes,
Ordinance passes.
thank you. We now come to the second committee of the whole, where you may speak to anything for the good of the city. If you're going to have comments, please come to the center podium, give us your name and address, and limit your comments to 5 minutes, please.
My name's Lou Milner, 19711 Edgecliff Drive. My understanding is that the county passed legislation outlawing the use of single-use grocery bags, and that went into effect, my understanding is January 1, but they're not assessing fines until July 1. I also understand that the city of Cleveland opted out of that, and I'm just wondering if our administration or council has had discussion about that county ordinance, or if you will, in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Gale, you want to talk about?
We have not had discussions about of not following that or of opting out. Councilwoman McIntosh has started a new committee that's on sustainability, so I would guess that might be an appropriate place if council was interested in discussing that. I will say County Councilwoman Sunny Simon will be holding a event to announce the plastic ban launch at the Senior Center on January 14th. At 10:30, it'll include a bag giveaway for residents and include some information about the ban and why she's recommending it for the sake of our environment and the lake. So we have not had those discussions, and I suppose if they will, it would be appropriate through the Sustainability Committee.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Steve Landisman, 325 Walworth Avenue. And as per usual, mine will be short and sweet. First, I have had a request from people from the Board of Education. Is there any possible way that the city can put in a hotspot for Wi-Fi? There still are a lot of kids that don't have access at home. That's that one. The other one is the signage for 260th at Lakeland, where there's the two turning lanes. I've almost been hit about 4 or 5 times because the one, they still going straight. I look at it and see the problem is whoever has the green signs above it, the go straight arrow is still up. Can that be removed? And that's it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Who will address the hot spot for the city, if the city's able to do?
We have looked into Wi-Fi and hotspots in different areas. I know one particularly was at the Triangle Park at in front of Shore Cultural Center. We were able to put in charging stations, but we're not able to put in the Wi-Fi because of the cable connections or the connectivity to that area. We did meet with the company that I'm going to blank on their name, One Community, Everstream, Everstream, to look at how we can bring fiber and how we can look at some of that. So we have had some discussions about that. We do know and we do hear from the library that's one of the biggest reasons that the young people go to the library, so that they can have access. And so as we think about the long-term planning for our parks and public spaces, that is an element that we would consider. There is, of course, a cost and some engineering that go with that. I don't know if Director Connect has an update on the traffic signals and signage.
Director Connect?
Yeah, that was part of the Amazon roadway improvement project that the county is running. Unfortunately, signage, signals, poles were all delayed and unfortunately rolled out in a very not very systematic way. I will talk to the county again in the morning and pass along your concern. It's been a concern all along some of the signage through there that just does not make sense and is very conflicting to drivers.
Thank you. Sir.
I have some handouts. Can you hold my time while I give it to the council?
Pass them around.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andy Kendrow. I live at 22060 Nicholas Avenue, Ward 8. Now, I want to talk about 2 things today, the city charter, which will be second, and near and dear to my heart, City Ordinance 941, which deals with trash collection. Okay. First thing in your thing is the timeline from last week. Took me 3.5 days to correct something that I did not do wrong. The city ordinance only gives me 24 hours. If something is wrong, if it takes me 3.5 days to correct something that's not wrong, How can I correct something that's wrong in 24 hours? Here's the thing that was put on my garbage can. We'll get to this later. Now, there should be a City of Euclid ordinance excerpts, and you have the whole ordinance in there also. Okay, going over the excerpts. Properties serviced. Basically, for purpose of solid waste collection, properties situated in the city and are hereby classified with respect to the type of structure. Mine's residential. That's great. This is 94126. Now, item A1 was, I've got a residential property. D says that the city shall collect garbage at every residential property. What happens when the city does not collect the trash? You call all kinds of people. They tell you to put it out the next day, which happened to be 2 days because New Year's was in there. And then code enforcement comes by and tells you you're not supposed to have that out there and threatens you with a $75 fine. I went over to housing, and they're saying that there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. I said, hold it. The regulation, or the ordinance, I'm military, so I'll be saying regulation. Okay, if you go to page 2, see, empty waste containers. All right, what about not empty waste containers? Okay, not empty waste containers say for a period in excess of 12 hours from the time of collection by the city. If the city hasn't collected, I've got till they collect plus 12 hours. They're saying, no, I am not allowed to put my trash can out on another day than Tuesdays. Otherwise, they're going to write me up. I disagree with that. All right? Now, how many people have a Kimball trash can? I'm the only one? Okay.
Correct your thing to SAS.
Okay, I'm sorry. How many people know that you are subject to a $500 fine and or 60 days incarceration for that trash can? That's according to this ordinance. Needs to be fixed, all right? Because the Kimball trash cans do not have side handles. They do not have a tight-fitting lid, all right? This letter I got from the city, they put it under the lid. What if the wind come by, the lid came up, that little notice goes away? It says that that notice is supposed to be in a, let's see, what do they call it? Conspicuous location. Is my trash can a conspicuous location? I don't think so. All right. Do you want to hear about the charter? Because I've only got 31 seconds left, and it's going to take me about a minute.
Do you have any further questions? I think we get the idea that we need to do
Well,
some work
on the city charter,
Right.
this assembly may be illegal. All right?
What are we talking about, sir?
The city charter says that the council is supposed to be established within the first 5 days of the term, which was yesterday. You held the organizational meeting on the 6th instead of the 5th. I suggest, because looking back at the history of the past 5 elections, you've only done it one time before the 5th. So I think what we need to do is, by this council, change that to 10 days, because you've never been more than 10 days from the calendar that I've seen, all right? And then just say, hey, we've been doing it so long, it's become routine, so we'll leave it for this year, but get it fixed before the next election.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And who wants to speak to the garbage can?
I appreciate you bringing this. I want to take the time to review it and talk with the service director in housing. I think definitely the ordinances need to be updated. I think that was when we switched to Kimball. There was a plan at that time to have a service committee meeting, and I don't believe that. This goes back several years. There's several things that need to be updated
Right. It looks like the last time this was updated was in 2010.
Right, so we need to update the code. I apologize for the ticket if that was in those cases. If it was not collected and you left it out, that should not have been ticketed.
Right.
So I apologize for the inconvenience, appreciate the work that you did
No problem.
And we
If I
will-
had known there were going to be more on this side, I would have made more copies.
And I'm assuming this one was for the law director?
Yes.
Okay. I will make sure she gets it,
All right.
and is your contact information in here?
Yes, it is.
So we will get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we will also look at the charter, which would have to be amended by the voters.
Yes, charter amended by the voters.
Marty Miller, 95 East 204, Euclid, Ohio. I did not come here for the award ceremony, but I have to say I was quite impressed with it and the quality of the Euclid Police Department. And I just want to thank Chief Meyer for all his hard work.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Jeffrey Beck, 25540 Chatworth. For the previous speaker, you could change that to 5 business days, because you've always had a council meeting within 5 business days, and that would suffice. But I've got a couple of questions. Have we received any proposals on shore at all yet? I know you said the deadline is Friday, but have we received anything up to this point?
Could you ask all your questions, sir?
All right, as long as they get answered. Making a comment, I didn't talk about it up front, but when you're going to summary minutes, there's really no problem with that, but you put in intent in summary minutes. So instead of putting down exactly what you say, whoever is transcribing those minutes has to think about what you meant. So you're going to have to read those minutes closely to make sure that what you meant was what was put down in writing. Because we ran into this in charter review several years ago, and we had summary minutes. The quick question I wanted to ask has to do with the schools, and I don't know if you know this, but they've added, or somebody has added, several telephone poles along Tracy. Now, I've been told, and I don't know if this is true or not, but that the school is going to be using an awful lot of electricity, and they are going to put a mini or regular substation in there for that electricity. And I want to know if that's true, if they talked about that at all, and if so, if it is true, have we looked to see what the EMF coming off of that would affect the houses directly across the street when it comes to cell phones and other types of interference, cable TV, that type of thing? So look forward to the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Some speak to the short proposals?
Yes, Madam Chair, to the resident, we have not received any proposals yet, although as the mayor indicated, the deadline is not until Friday. We have been working hard, however, to make sure that the opportunity is made known to as many active developers as possible. I'm also happy to report that we have given a number of site visit tours to interested developers. So I am hopeful that by Friday we will have some proposals in hand.
And the telephone poles on Tracy.
Director Connect, can you comment on the telephone poles, or if not, we'll have to get back to you.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get back to them.
Okay. We'll get back to you with the, look at the building plans and see.
Speaker, please.
Victor Goodman, Glen Ross Lane. First and foremost, which I didn't do to begin and should have, is to wish everyone a happy, healthy, wonderful new year. But in what I spoke about before actually happened in another way. When the law director used the word mean. Some of us are mean. Under what content? I might think that what the law director said was mean. I have personally had the law director be mean to me. Should I call her out of order? You see, words, we have found, are the most important things in the world. The way one person takes one word is the opposite of another. And if we do not choose our words carefully, we put ourselves up for ridicule and mockery. I do believe that tonight you did the right thing, and I want to commend you for that. You sent it back, and I hope that there'll be more lines through words when it comes back another time. The other thing that I wanted to talk about tonight, which I think is very important, is Celebration Village. I cannot believe, as a rational human being, that with all the lawyers that sat up here, not once, but twice, maybe 3 times, with a lawyer that sits on our administration, that at the 11th hour and the 59th minute, 2 people walked into this council room and said, everything that these people have told us is a lie. That we cannot make this a senior community, and that we cannot restrict Section 8 not be there. Now, I cannot believe, with all the educated people that sat here, that this was an 11th hour and 59-minute decision. I've heard many people, well, I shouldn't say many, I've heard a person talk about everything's a controversy, everything's a conspiracy. When lawyers sit up here and said emphatically to questions from the public, absolutely not, no Section 8, no subsidized housing, which I really wonder how you could have either one of those in rental properties, but I guess you can. How can this council even consider this program? There is such smoke and mirrors that it baffles me. And I consider myself a logical, reasonable person. I listen, I evaluate. And I sat here and listened to people asking questions and they saying absolutely no. And then in the 11th hour and the 59th minute, they traiped 2 people up here who said it's illegal federally. And where was our law director who would have known or should have known that or researched it herself? There is such smoke and mirrors in this program that I fear that in the end, Euclid is going to come out on the bad end of a bad situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, if I could just make one comment, and I'm not going to go into the whole details. What changed? The project has not changed, and their commitment that it's being market rate, it's not subsidized, and it's still 55 and older is still there. It just can't. The concern is not to have it part of the consent decree. So the federal court has to sign off on the consent decree. The concern was that language can't be part of the consent decree. The project has remained the same. The commitment is still there that it's market rate, it's not going to be subsidized, and it's 55 and older. So we will continue to have those discussions. We're working, as you heard, to get a joint meeting with the schools, and just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that that's a clarification.
But if that be true, and it's not in the consent decree, what then will make them absolutely stick to what they have said? If it's not part of the agreement, then how can it become part of anything?
Okay, Mr. Goodman, we're going to have her answer.
Right, and that will come through, council legislation. Like with any other project, you commit to certain things. So we can have a development agreement, we will have council legislation. The consent decree is a separate legal document because of the history is required with this project. It's not required with probably any other project we would do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm watching the clock because I noticed one gentleman start talking and the clock was going before he started. Polita Taylor, 1495 East 193rd Street. First of all, I'd like to say Happy New Year to all of you and congratulate the 2 new councilpersons on board, Ward 3 and Ward 7. And I am thankful to council that you did put things back in committee because the 2 new council people should be brought up to speed. Also, the clock showed it moved fast in 5 minutes, in a few minutes. But another thing I would like to say, I would like to thank the police department and all of the officers that came out on the Heritage Park 2nd annual holiday celebration. We had a ball with them. I want to commend you. You have very, very good officers. They walked into the mini station and they brought a lot of fun, life, laughter, and they even brought us pop. It was so nice that one of the officers, Captain Cutright, we named him Captain Pop because he brought all type of pop. But on that note, I really appreciate them coming out. They made our celebration a joy. We also want to thank our councilperson, Ward 1, Councilwoman Cavaness, that was there, and all of the members of Heritage Park that came out. Thank you very much. We had a ball, and we want to thank HGR for their donation to Heritage Park. And on that note, I'd like to say thank you all. But I'd also like to bring up a point with Celebration Village. I have a problem, and I think you building the place on sinking sand. You're not looking out for the resident, because with this project, we would not be able to support our school system. The homeowners cannot continue to take up the load from where the renters come in. We are paying the property tax. We are being taxed, and it's not fair to the resident. Also, Celebration Village came in with a lot of lies. I have to be honest, and one resident just said, you all are very educated. You've been in public figure for a long time. You have lawyers, you have council people, and I can't believe you could not see through all the things they was doing. I am just a little senior citizen resident. I could see through it. I could hear the lies. But maybe because I'm a person on the outside looking in, they changed their story each time they came to council. They have not stuck with one single thing they said in the beginning. The one reason Providence Church did not make their commitment in the beginning because they had no concrete decision. They will be billing this Celebration Village on sinking sand. The council and also the administration need to take a more closer look at that property. Look out for your residents, because once that property is up there, it's nothing you can do. Have you put something back for your resident in case it be a flood or something happen, their house shift? These things are damaging once your house shift and you have these problems. So you need to sit back and think about what they are saying. Investigate them. They changing too much. They changing hand. If Providence want to get rid of that property, why don't they sell it? Or why don't they just build something other than own that property? They are taking over the city of Euclid. They took over the Manor Party Center, which was one big asset for the city of Euclid. Now it's private. Now they come and taking over prime land that the city could use. We need to sit back and think and look out for our city and stop letting outsiders come in and telling you what they want and what should be done and how it should be done. You should be telling them what you expect from them and what would the city gain from them coming into our resident and our neighborhood. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Christopher Michael Litwinowitz, 21970 Morris Avenue. We stopped the mayor and the council president from coming up here? Just a question. Okay. A couple things. Congratulations to all the council, mayor, and council president. For over years and years, I've come to this podium. The game's got to stop. I'm a grown man. I'm an intelligent man. Somebody told me what is sustainable. Again, I read you a little brief poem about the water bill. That's not sustainable. That's all I can say. Now, with this Providence, the law director should advise the council and the administration. Isn't it possible if the church just sold the property, the Department of Justice, you don't have to follow that. They should be coming here. That new owner, I can't just go up to Babbitt Road, come to P&Z and say, oh, I want to do this to this property. Wild Distribution LLC, Babbitt Road, St. Clair. I can't do that, can I? Do I own the property? No. Don't follow your own regulations. So then in 2009, I purchased the property, and I was able to continue on for 10 years. Issue with the water. We have Lakeshore Boulevard. I'd like to see legislation as soon as possible for me to purchase this $1 million property that you bought it from Godinez, which was the council president. That way, then I can put in the grants. Shaking head, no? Okay. Water purification. I want to buy it for $1. You sell properties that are housing stock for $1. So how many housing stocks are on Lakeshore Boulevard? 20? I ain't gonna get ripped off, but I'm gonna buy this property. If I gotta spend 100, I gotta spend 1,000. Because I can't fill out the government grants that you neglect to bring me to the table. Water purification, that's green. You spend $5 million with your wastewater fees. More than that. Yeah, right. You don't invest. You're supposed to be saving this money, but you continued over how many years? 2010. I got the ordinances at the house. The community only steps up to issues instead of what really need to be done. Because if as strong as we are, and you guys know we strong, the community is strong when it comes down to taxes. But what if? What if? I'm just throwing conclusions to you, synopses. You know, what if? What if we put it on? Do you want it on the ballot? We're not going to go no further. We're not going to get one person to say we need to talk about this, so I need to call up the law director and sponsor it. It doesn't matter if you vote no. The bottom line to this conversation is, can we move forward? Do you feel that $100 is the water bill? Do you feel that that's sustainable? Because if you're educated people, and people come up here and told you this, I'm educated too. $20 a flat rate times 1.5 million homes is what? 25 million. Times 12 months is 300 million. Public housing. We paying $80 million, Mayor, between 50 communities in Cuyahoga County. I shouldn't have to go to Cleveland. I shouldn't have to pay a signature giddy. We should start it right here. Again, just to reiterate, 14 other states and 2 cities, because of Chris' conversation through emails, changed the minimum wage. Governor Kasich said no. Again, I have statistics and the rights. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I am Dr. Martina Moore. I reside at 24445 Effingham Boulevard. I'm here tonight to clarify a statement that was made about my business, Moore Counseling and Mediation Services. My husband and I, Reverend Councilman Brian T. Moore, started Moore Counseling over 20 years ago here in Euclid. I am the president and CEO and majority owner of the business. This is why I felt it necessary for me to come and speak tonight. I first appreciate the questions that came up about any ethical issues with our business and us as owners. It was not the first time that this question has come up. As a counselor who holds the highest license in the state of Ohio, I am held to the highest level of ethical practices in my dealings. As a civil service commissioner for the city of Euclid for the past 7 years, it is important that I remain ethical. As a professor at John Carroll University, it is important that I am ethical and practice what I teach my students. My business partner, as a council person, a pastor, and a citizen of this city, he must also be held to the highest ethical standards. So thank you for your questions, and as a business owner, this gives me the opportunity to clarify and to put a plug in for my business. More Counseling has 6 locations in Ohio, 1 in Euclid, 2 in Cleveland, 1 in Rocky River, 1 in Sheffield Village, and 1 in Fairlawn. We are a substance use disorder and mental health outpatient treatment center. We have over 40 counselors, psychiatrists, social workers, and other professionals on staff. More Counseling is funded through Medicaid, the Adams Board of Cuyahoga County, contracts with area businesses, federal grants, and other private insurance companies. The city of Euclid has never paid More Counseling for any of its services. We service the residents of this city who either use their insurance or receive free services through one of our grants or private pay. More Counseling started the first human trafficking court in Northeast Ohio in the city of Cleveland with Judge Merritt Cassidy. We have pulled over 100 victims out of human trafficking over the past 5 years. This program is housed here at Euclid, and I thank our police for helping us with this project. We treat over 6,000 people suffering from drugs and alcohol yearly. We treat over 3,000 people suffering from depression, anxiety, and other mental health disorders. We provide free services to any Euclid resident who does not have insurance and are not able to pay. We are the provider for 6 specialized dockets in the city of Cleveland, including the Veterans Docket, Mental Health Court, Family Court, Drug Court, Community Court, and Human Trafficking. Our team has done safe passages with the City of Euclid Police, helping to respond to overdose victims on site. This project was funded by a grant that More Counseling received from the Cuyahoga County Adams Board. Even when this grant ended, we continued to assist. I'll give you a quick example. On Thanksgiving Eve, I was called by the Euclid Police to come to respond to an overdose fatality here in Euclid. The father was on site and had just lost his 21-year-old daughter and found her overdosed. The police were attempting to complete their investigation and get the victim's body out for the coroners. I had to console the father and convince him that his daughter was in good hands with the police and get him to leave the scene so the processing could be done. Myself and another one of my team members was able to successfully get the father away from the scene and begin to help him with getting the counseling and support he needed. This is just one of the examples of how we partner with the city of Euclid and help without getting paid a dime, but doing this because it is what we are called to do. We have opened our offices to the city of Euclid because that is what we've been called to do. Never ever charging a dime to the city and always looking to partner. We work hard in this city and we try to help those that are suffering from addiction and mental health. There's an unfortunate benefit for us, and I will agree with that. And the benefit is that there are people who have drug and alcohol issues, and we are the only drug and alcohol treatment center here in the city of Euclid. So if that is of merit to us, I apologize. But we are here to help and to embrace and to make sure that nobody suffers alone with addiction and substance use. If you or a family member are suffering, call us. We will never turn you away. 216-404-1900. It's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, if I could respond to the resident.
Hang on. At Councilman's comments, sir. Any other speakers? Seeing none, we will move on to Councilman's comments, and we start with Councilwoman Cavanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking my residents of Ward 1 for entrusting me with another term. I appreciate your trust in me, and I am going to definitely work hard to make sure that I prove that I was the right choice, and that there isn't any other right now. But I'd also like to congratulate my colleagues, 2 new ones who are on board now, Councilman Epps and Councilwoman Euclid, and I'm still trying to remember how to pronounce your name, but this is good. And I'd just like to say that I'm looking forward to working with both of you throughout the next 4 years. And to Councilwoman Christine McIntosh, thank you again. This has been a wonderful experience working with you when you were appointed, and I'm looking forward to the 4 years as well. So congratulations to all of you. I'd like to also congratulate our officers. As Mrs. Taylor mentioned, we did have the Heritage Park held a holiday celebration over the holidays, and the officers were there. I think there were about 12 of them in the mini station at one time, and we just had a ball with them. They just stayed and had great conversations, great food, and it just showed that they are very concerned about the community, so I appreciate everything in that. And also to congratulate the officers who were promoted. To Sergeant Brooks, to Lieutenant Ariza, and to Captain Hauser. Congratulations. And also congratulations to all the other officers who received rewards and the civilians who received awards, rather. I'm sorry. I congratulate you on that. I just wrote a few notes down. And I'd really actually like to end with this because I know that all of us are watching the news about the wildfires in Australia, and I'd just like to send out my sincerest prayers to the persons affected as well as the volunteers, the residents there and the volunteers who are there who are helping to battle the wildfires and also the loss of the animals that have been lost through this time. We really do need to talk about global warming, and I'm glad that Councilwoman McIntosh has decided to establish a committee on sustainability, and that I'm sure will also cover some of the things that we are doing now that is causing this effect of global warming. So thank you for that concern for our community. And thank everyone for coming tonight, and I hope that we have a wonderful and successful year 2020. It should not be in hindsight. It should be something that we have a good vision for our city, and we work cooperatively with one another to make things happen. And have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Euclid Police and those that were promoted and those that received awards, I also send out my congratulations. Also, the annual Dr. Martin Luther King celebration will be held, or there will be a celebration held at Lakeshore Christian Church on Sunday, January 19th. Lakeshore Christian Church is located at 28010 Lakeshore Boulevard. That will be at 3 p.m. on that afternoon. Everyone is invited and encouraged to attend. This is an opportunity not only to celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King, but also to consider the progress that has been made over the years and consider the future we want to see in the city of Euclid. A quote by Dr. King is, "We all may have come on different ships, but we're on the same boat now." Our theme for that day will be where we've been, where we're at, and where we're going. Also on Thursday, January 23rd, I will be having a Ward 2 meeting at Arbor Elementary. Arbor Elementary is at 20400 Arbor Avenue. That will be at 7 p.m. This year I'm making a deliberate effort to have ward meetings at Euclid School. So I'll be using Arbor Elementary and Chardon Hills Elementary for the ward meetings. I'd also like to welcome our new council members, Ward 3 Councilperson Marcus Epps and Ward Councilperson Maria Jukic.
Jukic.
I look forward to getting to know you and working with you. Also, a plug for the Euclid Avenue Revitalization Committee. So, the Euclid Avenue Revitalization Committee, this committee will focus on all aspects of revitalizing the Euclid Avenue corridor from our shared border with Cleveland on the west to our shared border with Wickliffe on the east. Roadway improvements, streetscaping, and economic development along this historic thoroughfare will be the committee's primary concern. This committee's primary goal is to restore the City of Euclid's portion of the Euclid Avenue corridor to a vibrant and viable economic and residential community. Much work has already been done through the Euclid Avenue Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative, or TLCI, which was published in November of 2013, as well as the Euclid Master Plan that was adopted by Euclid City Council on February 5th, 2018. Both contain programs and projects to be implemented over the course of the next decade. These two documents are a natural starting point for the implementation and growth of well-thought-out ideas. I do not believe in reinventing the wheel, so we won't. However, with a fresh set of eyes, we will move Euclid Avenue forward. I am confident that the committee members, Cavaness, Epps, Wotilla, Giles, and myself, along with all of council, will drive this process with amazing results. Now, I want to be clear. We have legitimate concerns about economic development and financial support not being the perceived priority on the south side. Whether this is a reality or not, it will be addressed as we move forward. Our commitment will document and highlight all of the improvements on Euclid Avenue, the south side. We will ensure that information is clearly disseminated throughout the entire city as to what is taking place on Euclid Avenue. We will also invite public input and suggestions in the process because your feedback is valuable and important. And with that, I'll say thank you and good night.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Epps.
I just want to say, first and foremost, Happy New Year to everyone, and thank you to my colleagues who have been cooperative. There have been some great discussion already and conversations, and I'm appreciative of that, as well as on the side of the administration. I actually started the new year off with the seniors at Euclid Hill Villa. I want to thank the folks who run the council there, as well as all the residents who came down to take part in that. It was a great time. They got my wife and myself up dancing. And it was a great time. And so thank you to those residents. I look forward to starting the New Year's off that way moving forward. I want to put this out there for folks tentatively. We're looking at possibly in lieu of or in the spirit of the Euclid Revitalization Committee chaired by Councilman Moore. We are trying to put together a joint meeting, the first meeting as with me on council for Ward 3. That meeting will also be I'll be joined by Councilwoman Cavaness as well as Councilman Moore. And residents of both of those wards and folks along the Euclid Avenue corridor are invited to come out to that meeting where we will also get an official update about the Lake Erie Lodge demolition and what's going on over there, as well as I want to incorporate some Celebration Village information as well into the meeting, as well as just a meet and greet for folks to come out and meet their new council person, as well as find out about these specific projects that are going on. So the tentative date for that, we're looking at the 23rd, January 23rd, possibly at 6:15. That is not set, but if you could just kind of block off that date and time for now, and we'll get that information out to you the best way possible between now and then. Also, I want to address, and I thank you to residents who come out and speak time and time again, and also those who have specific issues that decide to come out. You're really not only the heartbeat of our community, but the heartbeat of this room and these meetings, and I just invite you, obviously, to continue on. I know you don't need me to tell you that, those of you who are always here, but I appreciate it. And a lot of times you do have input. Your input does affect policy, and you see that happening quite often in this room, and so we're very grateful for that. I want to keep that, and I will always make sure that your concerns are addressed. And I don't want to get into the legalities. The last speaker about the business, obviously I was the person who asked those questions, so I felt that you were commenting directly to me. And I just want to say that I don't know all the specifics of how your business is incorporated and who actually writes the checks or actually cashes the checks. I don't know all of that, and so I will leave that all alone for now. But I do want to point out, and if this is something new that you guys do, that's great. But during the time where Councilman Moore was running for this race, I myself and had other people call as well just to find out about the services that are provided there. And we were told flat out, the residents, if you didn't have insurance, you could not be seen or serviced there. So if that is policy, you definitely want to let the folks who answer the phone know that, because when you call that number and you ask if a resident is having an issue and could they randomly just come in for service or for treatment, folks who answer that line at your business here in Euclid are telling them that they are not allowed to come in for those services. So we thank you all. You clearly have a commitment to our community with the service of your husband, as well as his service at the Lake Shore Church that he is pastor of now. And to hear that you come out on the scene for active situations and actually provide assistance, if it's only referrals, whatever the case may be, to help folks, that's great. And that's the type of commitment we need here in Euclid, and we appreciate that commitment. With that, I will say goodnight.
Thank you. Councilman Jaros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy New Year, everyone. Congratulations to all the new folks and the ones who are returning. A couple things, regarding obviously the congratulations for the police honors this afternoon and earlier this meeting. I'd like to also kind of specifically acknowledge Sergeant Brooks, who's somebody I've been able to get to know over the years, and he was recently a certified level 1 instructor for essentially defensive tactics, and I know there's a question often about community policing and those sorts of things. And just to know, we now have 2 certified officers for these defensive and de-escalation tactics, and that's stuff they're doing on their own time. That's something when the officers train that, they're doing that on their own time because they understand the value and that the service that provides to the community when you are able to de-escalate situations and then for lack of a better word, restrain suspects or folks in a way that is not harmful. And I know, having been able to watch some of those sessions and having been involved in some of that training myself, it is good. It's good for folks to know that here in Euclid, we have officers doing that on their own, taking the time and bringing that to bear, because that is definitely a service and something that's very important. One question that could be answered later: the first round of house demos, as I sometimes joke, whatever government says, whenever government says something will happen, give it 6 months and then start waiting. So I know these were supposed to be started before the year ended. Just have some antsy residents who are very anxious to have the home next to them come down, who keep asking, and I keep saying, well, we'll see. So if I can get an answer on that. And then one last, bit of personal sad news. This is my 10th year coaching at Euclid Baseball League. And I have 2 boys and coaching them through, and we get an email, it was a text to those who have coached in the past and said, hey, we're getting ready for signups, we're preparing for 2020, please let us know if you're willing to coach again. And oh, by the way, we are canceling T-ball for 5 and 6-year-olds. Not because we don't have kids, but because we don't have parents or adults or guardians willing to step in and help. And that's a bit of sad news, because in the past we've always been able to, and it's been a chronic problem, but we've always been able to field 3 to 4 great teams of 5 and 6-year-olds, because you'd have a parent, and with each team having roughly 12, 13 kids, the fact that of all those kids we weren't able to muster enough parent participation or adult participation to kind of help out, frankly, I think is a bit of an indictment on us all. So I just kind of wanted to mention that, and I don't know if it's salvageable, but if anybody who's in the audience or watching on TV feels the need or feels the will to look into this a little more and see if something can be done, I'm sure the folks at Euclid Baseball would appreciate it, because it really is as frustrating as everything can be with little kids. It really is enjoyable shepherding them through the process, especially at this young age where, fortunately, wins and losses don't matter. You can just enjoy it. So that's out there. I just want to make that public. With that, good night.
Thank you. Director Holliday, did you want to talk about the demolition list?
Yes, Madam Chair, to council members, we are working to finalize the bid specifications for that first round of demolitions. Currently, our target is next week to issue those bids. As we get closer to that target release date, I'll be certain to keep you updated in terms of the status and also the exact properties that are included in that first round.
Thank you. Councilwoman McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for your participation today, and also thanks to Ward 5 voters for choosing me to continue to serve them in this capacity. Thanks to my colleagues for all of their kind words, and to the administration. I also want to thank Euclid Police Department for this award ceremony today, for having it here ahead of the council meeting. I think it was really important and poignant for people to see that. I've never seen it before, and it's really humbling, as the chief mentioned, to hear some of these stories that these officers and civilians were awarded something for going through where they just really shouldn't have to do that. But so thank you, for my sincere thanks for that. I also want to provide a little bit more information on our sustainability committee. This committee will review renewable energy options, zero waste initiatives, green space conservation, and habitat restoration throughout the city. It'll also work to increase fresh and nutritious food access, expand the urban tree canopy, and educate the public on current recycling guidelines. All of that obviously not limited to, probably a little bit more, including plastic bag ban information, because when we talk about sustainability, to me it's not just environmental, it's how we can create an equitable society for everybody to live in and enjoy. So that's more of the focus in my eyes for this committee moving forward. So just wanted to provide a little bit more information on that, say Happy New Year, and let's do some good work in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Watilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wish everybody a Happy New Year. I'd like to thank our clerk and assistant to the mayor, Greta, for their work in our committee orientation meeting. I thought it was very helpful, and the partnering session that we had at the end I thought was helpful. While we'll miss the members that were up here, I look forward to working with the new members and the skills that they bring to this committee, to council as a whole. I get excited when I look at the committees that have been formed and kind of reshaped, and look forward to working with everybody together. Not only the administration, but city council and the folks out in the community, because together we're the only ones that can do this. It's all of us that can do this together. So I look forward to working with everybody as we move forward in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Yukic.
Hello, everyone. So I am Maria Yukic. I think it's going to take a while for everyone to get used to me sitting in this seat, because we all know that I have very big shoes to fill. And Darrell Langman was my councilman also for the last 18 years, and he's a mentor to me, and we live on the same street, and I plan to talk to him regularly to get his input on everything. But I want to say that I'm very excited and happy to be here. And I want to say that I appreciated the presentations today and the awards, and I want to congratulate the promotions and all the award winners. So I was happy to sit through that. So I look forward to even more of those. What I want to do is share with you I want to thank the residents of Ward 7 for giving me an opportunity, for a chance. And I want to tell you that I'm going to do my best, to the best of my ability, to serve my ward and the city. And I want to tell you that I've been around this area for my whole life. I've been in Euclid for almost 20 years, and I grew up down the street on East 174th Street between Grovewood and Lakeshore. So this has been where I've grown up and lived. I went to Villa Angela. I worked at Euclid Hospital, which is how I got to know Euclid about 18 years ago. That was really my start to learn about the city and to meet a lot of people. I clerked for the city for a couple of months when I was in law school. I was on the Civil Service Commission for a couple of years, about 10 years ago. I served on the Shore Cultural Center Board of Trustees long time ago, 12, 13 years ago maybe. I did the Leadership Euclid program also about 18, 20 years ago. So I'm very excited to be part of this community. I'm very excited to help us move forward. I want to thank all the support I've gotten from my new colleagues and from the administration and from the people in the community, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gorshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm almost last, so I'd like to mirror the Happy New Year's and welcome to the new council members and returning council members, and congratulations to the Holiday Lighting Award winners. And now your tree has another ornament with that really cool postcard on it. Congratulations to all of the newly promoted police personnel, all of the civilian awards, the police department award recipients, and I'm excited to see a community services division being formed under Captain Mitch Hauser. So with that, in the lateness of the hour, I will say Happy New Year and good night.
Thank you. As the last person, I'm going to do a little housekeeping here. All of council should have received some dates as far as looking at our budget hearings. Please look at the 3 dates that have been sent to you, and please consider them seriously. We are going to start with 3. If we need a 4th one, as I said in the email, we will do that. But at least those 3, if we can get the majority of people to those meetings, that will be very helpful, especially for our 2 new colleagues, because there's a lot to learn about the budget. Director Smith has guaranteed us we will have budget books by the 21st, which is our next meeting. So you'll have a little bit of time to kind of take a look at them. Please reach out with questions. That's why we're all here. Nobody knows it all, but every one of your colleagues can help you. I appreciate everybody's commitment tonight and going forward. It was a pleasure, and we got a lot of work to do. So with that, if there's nothing else to come before this august group, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. So moved by Councilman Wotilla, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor? We are adjourned.
Hi, Ed. We're here today to talk about ways to prepare your vehicle and have an emergency kit in your trunk to prepare for bad weather. One of the first things I did was check with my mechanic, Santino from Auto City Auto Repair, and he said some of the things we can do include checking the condition and level of the coolant, check your tire depth and wear pattern, check your oil level and the condition of your wipers, and also check the battery level, the belts, and the hoses. You always want to make sure to fill up your gas tank. Don't let it get to empty. And one of my favorite things to do, just check the weather reports. Also go online. There's some great websites that will show you what's happening on the highways and what kind of bad weather or accidents may be out there.
Excellent advice, Kate. Also, have prepared ahead of time a backpack. You can use something just like this. Have an emergency kit ready to go. Put it in the back seat of your vehicle in case the trunk freezes up on you. A little sign like this, call police if you really need help. Put it on the inside of your window. That might be helpful. Of course, a shovel to dig you out of a situation. That might be enough. Before you even start your car, get going that day. Make sure you wipe off the windows well. Make sure it has ice scraper as well. If you get stuck, you might need flares. Have a lighter handy. Even better yet, a triangle that lights up and illuminates the back of your car. I use a Tupperware full of sand. You can use kitty litter. You can put it under your tires. It might be just enough traction to get you through to the next phase of your journey. Well, jumper cables. Of course, I will say, though, that the Euclid Police Department is our policy. We do not jump vehicles. We will help, push your car. We will help you get your keys out of your car if you lock them in there, but we will not jump your vehicle. So hopefully a good Samaritan comes by, gives you a hand with a jump. Kate, what do you have there?
Of course, it's always a good idea to bring those things that will keep you warm, such as hat, glove, and scarf, and you'll usually always have someone tell you to bring a blanket.
A rope is not a bad idea. Maybe somebody will come along. If you're in a ditch, they'll be able to pull you out, tow truck or whatever. So have a rope handy as well. Get one of these little tool kits for, I don't know, $7 or $8. Might be just enough to tighten up the lug nuts or the battery on your, the bolts and nuts on your battery to get you going. Flashlight, of course, and a cell phone charger. Have that as well, so you can make that important call if you need to. That's it. Be safe out there.
For Ed Bonchek, I'm Kate McLaughlin, and this has been Educate, Euclid Police Department's crime prevention outreach.
Okay, good evening and Happy New Year to those joining us this evening. This is the organizational meeting of Euclid City Council. If able, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Cavaness.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Epps.
Here.
Charles. Charles.
Here.
McIntosh.
Here.
Watilla.
Here.
Yukich. Here. Gorshi.
Here.
Mancuso.
Here. Thank you. We have one item on our agenda tonight for our ordinances. We have to take a look at what standing committees we would like to have for this next two-year term. As you all know, as you were all present, we did discuss various changes, revisions to our committee status. I'm going to have the council clerk read through each of the committees with the chair, and then if there are any amendments or discussion, we'll go from there. How's that? Would you please read the committees?
So just the committee name and the chair.
Correct.
Executive and Finance Committee, Mancuso is the chair. Public Safety Committee, Councilwoman Cavaness is the chair. City Programming and Recreation Committee, Councilman Epps. Public Service and Utilities Committee, Councilman Watilla. Community Assets and City Buildings Committee, Councilwoman Gorshi. Business Development, City Planning and Housing Committee, Councilman Jaros. Sustainability Committee, Councilwoman McIntosh. Euclid Avenue Revitalization Committee, Councilman Moore.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or any changes that any of you have to this? I know everybody went through. You should also have a description of each of your committees, which is for your benefit. As we all know, committees can overlap each other, and what we have found in the past is if we have three things going on in one committee, we may put it in a different committee just to be timely. But I'm very pleased that everybody put in the time and the effort to actually describe what their committees are and what types of topics they want to discuss in their particular committees. So if there is no discussion, I will ask for a motion to close debate. So moved by Councilwoman Gorshi, second by Councilman Watilla. All in favor?
Aye.
And if there is nothing else to come before us, I would ask that Madam Clerk call the roll on the acceptance of the standing committees for this next two-year term.
Moore.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Jaros.
Yes.
McIntosh.
Yes.
Watilla.
Yes.
Yukich.
Yes.
Gorshi.
Yes.
Cavaness.
Yes.
Mancuso.
Yes. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn. So moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, second by Councilman Epps. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
All right, I'll see you.
7 o'clock.
Cigarette butts are the most littered item in America, but they don't have to be. The Keep America Beautiful Cigarette Litter Prevention Program cuts cigarette litter in half. Learn more at prevent.